Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back a pussy. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back a pussy. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry I was late. I kind of forgot. Don't make any sense, but yeah, I forgot. Um, Good morning, Motion to Scream. Got my tea and got me in your ear while you work. Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, guys, I was thinking I had this stream scheduled for 10 and I forgot it was 9:30 and I was just like eating my omelet and yeah, taking my time and I get a message saying, "Are you okay over there?" I'm like, "Huh? What do you mean?" So here I am. We are here. Let me see what I got going on here. Good morning, Miss Butterfly. Thank you for
Good
the
morning.
warning.
I kind of had a feeling, but I'm like, well, maybe she's having some technical difficulties. I wasn't sure. Good
I
morning,
got through.
everyone.
I finished eating and I heard a message come through on my phone, but then I looked and I was like, what does she mean? Am I okay over there? I was like, huh? Like, did something happen I was unaware of? But yes, we're here. We're live now.
We're here. We're here.
Maybe we'll get it together eventually. Um, y'all know how it rolls over here. We are so unprofessional. It's all good. Um,
We're real life. How it goes.
I might have kept right on with my day and been like, oh, I'll get to them later before I realized what it was going on. I started reading something earlier and almost forgot what I was doing then. Then I was like, oh man, I need to eat some food before I go live. I don't want to be
Mm-hmm.
hangry during the live. And that's usually what happens. So
Uh, yeah. I got all my stuff too.
you
Took
got
the dogs out. Got all my stuff done.
good deal, good deal. Yeah, I slept in a little bit this morning compared to what I usually do. So I got up and did my things, got all the animals good, and already had my coffee. And here we are. Um, oh, I just saw where you sent. So speak. I just checked my phone, guys, and I did see that butterfly where
Mm-hmm.
Defense Diaries was going to be interviewing Bob Alessi. Is that tonight or
Mm-hmm.
tomorrow? No, that's tomorrow, I think.
Yeah.
You know he's going to be starting his own podcast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look forward to
So
seeing what that how that's gonna
yeah,
go.
there's a lot. There's still a lot apparently going
Yeah.
on over there in that case. I stopped keeping up with it because I got other stuff to keep up with. So I'm letting other people
Mm-hmm.
keep up with that, and I'm just reading it. I do know another attorney filed to get her Lexus and phone back.
Yes.
Um, Someone on the internet's like, "What is she going to do? Auction her car off to the highest bidder?" I thought, well, maybe he'll be using a lawsuit against the state of
Right.
Massachusetts, whatever.
It's still her car. I'm sure she's still responsible for it.
She
It's
had
not
to
like
pay it off,
it's
right?
gonna go away. Yeah,
Right? I mean, the state probably didn't say, "Oh, you know what, Miss Reed, we're going to destroy your car and we'll pay for it."
they should have given her the other one, the new one. I
Well, I
don't even
know,
know if
right?
they
She'd be
do
like,
or
"Can I
not.
trade?" You know,
Hmm.
people are out there. People have websites, and you can go buy. Like it's called murder memorabilia, and people go
Wow.
buy all this bizarre shit that used to belong to killers or whatever. And
No, no,
yeah,
thank
it's a
you.
whole ass thing.
I don't need that bad
Mm-mm.
juju and mm-mm. Keep that
We
over
don't.
there.
You keep that bad juju mojo shit over there to yourselves, you
Mhm.
murdering people. But Karen didn't murder nobody, and neither did her vehicle. So if she wants to sell it to somebody who
Right.
wants to throw it out in their driveway, hey,
Mhm.
do you, girl. I don't care
For
what
real.
you do with your car.
I can agree with that.
I know I can pick better things to argue about and worry about, you know.
Yeah.
Then again, y'all know how them people are on the internet. They all crazy. Say
Mhm.
some
Yep.
bizarre stuff sometimes.
I know. I usually just look and keep going.
Sometimes
I was
I
like, you're
do. If
not
I'm in a
drawing me in. Yeah.
if I'm in a mood, depends on my mood. If I'm in a funny mood, I might just kill them with kindness. Sometimes I
Yeah.
might be sarcastic. Sometimes I might be like, here's a point, but it's super nice and smart. And what are you going to do to that? You know, so it just depends on my mood
Right.
how I come back at them. Good morning,
Yeah.
Miss Woozy. Sometimes I just keep scrolling. I'm like, that's not even worth it because that's probably a tiny brain behind that keyboard.
Mhm.
They're not, with us anyway.
Rather not
So,
wasting my energy on that.
right? Yeah, that I'm not even sure if they can comprehend words. So let's
Probably
just
not.
let them have that. Let them have their moment. Wow. Boy,
Exactly.
reading some more of those documents, I was like, well, people really do try to interject themselves into cases sometimes. It's crazy.
Oh, way too much.
It is crazy, and how some people want to be so involved. Good morning, Mr. Joy. I'm telling you, I don't ever want to end up in a court document because of the way I opted to cover a case or not
Right.
cover a case. I'm not. That's not my end game. I'm trying to stay out of court documents, and I don't want to turn up in some broad ass search warrant because I searched a term.
Mhm.
I don't want to be brought up just because I searched 1122 King Road.
Right.
Damn.
I'm sure there's so many people out there that do that. So
Oh my God. I'm sure
can you
everybody.
imagine the people that would have to be in court because they searched that? Oh
Okay, so
goodness.
right, so if they do a broad search term and they come up with hundreds of thousands of people searching that, are they going to go look at each and every one of them and say,
Mhm.
well, what's in their past, or I mean, were we all a part of those warrants? Because I know what my search terms look like.
Yeah, they don't want to look at me either.
I didn't get no knocks from the FBI at the door, so I'm good for right now, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't ever want to get a knock at my door from the FBI. No, 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 no.
No, they'll be knocking for a long time.
Well, I don't answer my door. Okay, I'm
Me
that
either.
person.
Yep.
I pretend I am not home. My dog can bark 5 hours. Guess what? That means no
Yep.
one's home. Keep knocking or go away.
Mhm.
'Cause if I don't know you, I'm not answering the phone
Exactly.
and I'm not opening the door. Period.
Yes.
My
Same
house
here.
is right. I'm here by myself all day. It's quiet. You'd never know I was in this house.
Mhm. I remember when the kids were little, and someone would knock, and I'll be like, "Shh, be quiet.
Shh. I know.
Dog's barking, but y'all be quiet.
Y'all be quiet. We're not home. We're not opening that damn door today.
Stay away from the window."
Look, I used to have a roommate. Well, I lived at her house. We were roommates at her house, and she had a camper on the back of her property, and this older guy lived in it. He was a little wacko. And one day I'm just sitting there minding my business, watching TV, and my roommate comes in the back door. She's like, "The FBI is here." I'm like, "What? What do you mean? Why? What's going down? What'd you do? What did I do?" You know? And she's like, we called him Codger. She's like, "They're out there at Codger's house." I was like, "What the hell did he do?"
Oh
Apparently
Lord.
he threatened Matt Gates, our Florida's
Oh no.
little, yeah, whatever he is these days. He threatened
Yeah.
Matt Gates on a Facebook page. And
Oh
yeah, I'm
no.
like, so when they left, I didn't go outside. I pretend like I don't even know, I don't even
Right.
exist, right? They left. I go
Don't
out there.
look my way.
I'm like, dude,
I
you can
definitely.
pack your shit right now and get this camper off this property, bringing the FBI down here because you done some
Right.
ridiculousness up on the internet, you fool.
Yep. Yep. That's
Woozy.
crazy.
Sometimes I forget I'm using my work laptop. Then I'm like, oh, I probably shouldn't have searched that. Could you imagine how many people actually do that by
Mhm.
accident?
Yeah, I can imagine. I would just stayed away from that
Well,
when I was
Koberger was
working.
doing some shit on his work computer apparently as well, and then wiping it clean later. I'm
Crazy.
gonna have to get some of those programs he was using to wipe stuff. Then if I wipe it, then can I go back and access it, or is it just gone forever?
Probably not. It's probably gone.
Apparently,
That
there
would
are
be that
ways
would
to
be
have
my issue.
right.
Then that would be one day.
You're like,
Wait, where was that document? And oh, it's gone now. Oh shit.
mm-hmm. My luck, the FBI would find my missing documents. Koberger's so good at wiping stuff, they can't find none of it. Y'all need to ask him how he did that for real.
I know.
There's what you go ask Mr. Koberger. That's what I want to know. Why did you
Mhm.
take the phone?
Yeah.
Took it for a reason, dude. I just can't figure out what your reason is yet.
Mhm.
He knows what the reason is. Because you could have said I left it on the nightstand when I went for my little
Mhm.
drive.
Yep.
It's a way to
I,
throw off
I always
the
wondered that too.
yeah, it was always a way to throw off investigators, but I don't know how he thought it was going to throw them off or what he thought it would prove. It's one of those weird things about that case that I always was curious about. Everybody kept saying he's too smart, he wouldn't take his phone. I'm like, well, y'all, that's right, he is smart. So why did he take the phone? There
Maybe he
was
thought he was too smart. That's the issue.
exactly. And they're like, I'm gonna show y'all. I was riding around over here at Wawa. Did he trick his phone into thinking that's where he was the whole time? No, because he turned it off. I don't know what his end game was on that yet. I don't
I
even know
don't
if the
know either.
investigators will ever learn all of that. I got a feeling though eventually he will talk.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
He'll
There
want to
you
be
go. I feel
relevant
Koberger's ego
again.
and ID and will
Mhm.
compel him to brag about it to someone at some point. Dr.
Yeah.
Ramslin, maybe?
And then they'll talk.
I doubt he's going to say it to inmates. Koberger knows the prison system, guys. He studied criminal justice.
Is he gonna?
Criminology is the mind of the killer. Criminal justice is a whole
Mhm.
different realm. The guy knows what he's not stupid. He knows what prison's going to be about. He knows if he goes and tells things to certain prisoners, they could use that later to come back
Mhm.
and say, hey, knock 10 years off my sentence. I got information that Koberger dude just told me, right? But from what we're hearing, he'll be in solitary for 23 hours a day, not a whole lot of time to talk to somebody. But hell, Stearns was over there in solitary and
Mhm.
was giving his
Yep.
phone card to other inmates. So I don't know. I guess they have well, if they're fishing through the bottom of the door and passing notes to one
Well, I'm
another,
sure they find a way.
Koberger's like, let me write it all down in a confessional note and I'll fish it to the guy next door.
Is he gonna come up with another survey for the inmates?
Right? He's got the, the Koberger jailhouse survey.
Right.
Hmm. Is that
Give
something we'll see in
tips.
the future,
I
right?
don't know. They want to take tips from him because they caught him pretty quick. I don't know how he's gonna pull that off, but
I know. Let me see if I can show you guys something before we jump into the documents. How did I pulled it up this morning to share on my screen to make sure I could do this. Oops, that's the
mhm.
wrong thing. So, hang on 1 second. Let me try to get to my images here. See if I can do this. Okay, so we'll start with this one and see if we can't. So, yeah, I think it's going to work. I think it's going to work. Let's try. Let's see. Window. Yeah, maybe so. All right, guys. So Kevin Fixler from the Idaho Statesman was on what's that, Courtroom Confidential
Confidential.
last night. And
I started to listen to that, and I fell asleep watching
did
it.
you
I had
fall
to go back.
asleep?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
listened to part of it last night and part of it again this morning. That's how we
Yeah.
roll, right? So
Mhm.
in there, he had mentioned he was doing an Idaho Statesman article and coming out today where he interviewed Thompson. Well, I went to
Mhm.
the website this morning and I was like, let me go see if that's even out there yet. But I found this article from yesterday. And so the prosecution shared images of the demonstrative dollhouse, quote unquote, with
Mhm.
Fixler from the Statesman, and he put them on his website. And this is this was the model, the 3D model creation they were going to use in court. Um, was it 3 or 4 feet tall? And this is the back of the home. You guys can probably recognize that. And really, all this thing was going to do was show the floor plan and the layout of the home, right?
Mhm.
There's not going to be walking through it and what kind of sounds could we hear and all that mess. It's
Right.
just basically, I guess, to show them where they think the point of entry would have been, the back slider. Now, that top slider, that's to Kaylee's bedroom. Maddie's was this bedroom over here on the far right. Just below Maddie's was Dylan's. And then, of course, this little window here looked into the kitchen. And the little window here was the bathroom. And let me get the front of it. Whoa. I'll give you guys I posted these images onto Twitter. I'll put them on the community tab in a little bit. I'll show you guys what the inside of it looked like. We'll take a look at that one. Okay. And so this would have been the second floor that it's showing, and you go up the stairwell, lands you in the living room, of course, down the hall, and then this would have been Xana's bedroom here with the brown carpet. her bed would have been against that wall there. And then as you slide up the stairs, you come to the girls' bedrooms. Of course, this one on the right would have been Kaylee's with the big balcony on the outside. And then, of course, if you go through the doorway entry here, you're going to write that's Dylan's room behind the wall and across from the kitchen. That's crazy, isn't it? I mean, that's what they were going to use, knowing that they went into that house with all those 3D scans in the Faro system. And Dolphin and I have watched a lot of videos on the Faro scans and what they can show in virtual crime scenes. And it's like, man, that's what I really wanted to see. And I thought that's what they were really going to end up doing, especially taking the house down the way they did and all that. You know, it was like, because we watched this one where they went in and the crime scene was all there. The way the victims are placed, the blood, the spatter, everything is identical to the actual crime scene. It's just now on 3D Faro scan. But they didn't do that here. And it's weird because when they boarded that house up, it stayed that way for months. Then they go back and they unboarded it last year and went right back in with more Faro scans. And we were like, well, why are they going back with more scans? Did technology update, or are they, doing more work to make it better? But we didn't get any of that. So I was like really disappointed. I wanted this to be a really good technological win. I was looking forward to that part.
I don't think I've seen those.
I'll have to find the video is buried in the Discord somewhere, but I'll try to find that and link it so you can see that. Gosh, Dolph and I had a field day with that one night. We were just sitting there going, look at this, can you see? Oh my God, it was so crazy how they can do it. So Joy says, I think he should now answer his own survey questions. I got a list of questions, so Joy. Y'all know what? If somebody's willing to talk, they'll talk, right? All we got to do is write them a letter. That's all we got to do. And see if they'll bite. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. There's a couple of them out there I want to fill out to see if they'll bite. Don't come at me. Don't come at me like y'all have them other reporters that go after these people. That's what their jobs are. I'm not talking about y'all particularly, but y'all know what I mean. I mean, Brian Enton's over there catching hell because people are like, you went up to the Coburger door and you knocked. Well, hell yeah, you did. I say, what was wrong with that? I mean, I know people were like, don't run up to them and shove cameras in their face. Be thoughtful. But don't we want these reporters to go out and get stories? And then when they don't, they catch hell because they don't. And then when they do, they catch hell because they do. It's like, blah, blah. Y'all pick a side.
If you do, damned if you don't.
Right. Exactly. You're damned if you do. You're damned if you don't. You all sound so wishy-washy. You couldn't make up your minds if your life's depended on it, right? Stick to your ground. Stick to what you think. And just hold steady in your beliefs and don't go all over the place because the room says I should, or because the temperature right now says I should feel this way. I'm so the opposite of that. If the room starts screaming one way, I'm going to be like, well, damn.
But why?
Yeah, why
I'd be asking why.
The whys never stop with someone like me.
Yeah.
Actually, it's like the 3-year-old kid, but why? But why?
Exactly.
Like,
question everything.
You ask me why one more time. You're never going to want to ask why again. You're going to be asking why you got to wonder why I just popped that ass.
Right. Say it one more time. No, just kidding.
Man, my little grandbaby gets a tap. He's like, "Oh, are you?" I'm like, "Dude, are you serious? You wouldn't even know what a spanking was if you actually got one.
Right?
You would have a whole ass
Hmm.
meltdown for it would not end. It would go on for a year."
Right. Yep.
Poor little
They
childrens.
get they just get the look from me.
I know. It's that
I don't
look.
need a spanking.
Oh, my 9-year-old grandbaby be testing my looks even. I'm like, dude, why you looking at you giving me my same look right back? You're mirroring me. I do not like that little dude.
That's my youngest, my mini me.
You got that mini me that just mirrors your
Hmm.
everything. Mine's
Yeah,
got that
got my
little
attitude.
yeah, mine's got that little sarcastic personality like his grandma. I sometimes have to turn my head and walk away.
Yeah,
I
pick
created
your
that little
battles.
fella. Right, exactly. You learn to pick them battles early on, don't you?
Hmm.
If
Yep.
you haven't figured that part out yet as a parent, oh
Yeah.
Lord, you got
You'll
some
be
work
fighting
cut out.
all the time.
I know. It's like what battle is important today and what isn't. So
Yep. And then they grow up and they're just like you, and you're like, yeah.
I know.
Can you go to the other room now? I don't want to see myself.
I want to see myself. Mine is when them boys start acting like their daddy. I'm like, oh, come on now. Come on.
Yeah. Mhm. Yep.
Act like me for a moment. And they're
Right.
like, Mom, have you seen yourself lately? Or no, thank you.
Never mind.
They're like, yeah, I'm not trying to be like you or dad, okay? Hawkeyes,
Mhm.
welcome in. Thank you for stopping by to say hello. We do appreciate it. If you guys will, we had a pretty big turnout for yesterday's show. So we're going to
Mhm.
get into part 4 here this morning. If you guys don't mind, hit the thumbs up on the way in. We do appreciate it. Helping the channel grow here. You guys have been great coming in and listening to everything and joining the conversation. That's what I love around here.
Yep.
Woozy. Lord, when these kids get grown, they just don't know, right?
Uh-uh.
It's so funny when you have grown kids and then you watch them raise your grandchildren. You're like,
Uh-huh.
hmm.
Then you understand why your mother told you, wait till you have your kids. Or I can't wait till you have your own kids.
It's so
That
funny.
way.
Just sit back and let them parent and just not, you know, get in it. Just like let them parent. It's like, is that what I taught you? I'm sitting there thinking,
Uh-huh.
damn, was it all worth it?
Right. Oh
One thing
yeah, Hawkeyes. And that. Don't chase jurors after a trial.
Right, Hawkeyes, they shouldn't chase jurors. I mean, if they walk
Mm,
by, "Hey, would you like to give an interview?" That's one thing, but to chase them down and stick a mic in their face, that's
I
totally different.
know.
This is Brian Enton walking up to a murder suspect's home and knocking on the front door. Hey, I ain't got no problem with it. Tracking down jurors is a dangerous thing in this country. We've seen too much that can happen to jurors in this country, and it's just ridiculous. I don't bother with
Hmm.
jurors. I don't. If they want to come out and talk for 5 minutes and then go back to your life, don't make a
Hmm.
career out of it on the Twitter.
Yep.
I lost interest a long time ago. Once that started happening, I was like, I'm out. Peace out. Another
Yep.
Karen Reed saga continues on the Twitters. Let the woman go. Let it go.
Yeah.
Innocent.
Like every day.
Let it go. Hawkeyes, your son is 40 and you're pretty
Um.
proud most of the time. I feel the same way. He's 34. I thought he was 35. He's like, Mom, that's your daughter? So, like, well, one
Yeah,
of
my
y'all,
youngest.
all I know is you're both in your mid 30s now, and I feel like I'm like
Mm,
apparently old. I don't know.
yeah. Yeah, my oldest is 30. She'll be 34, and then my youngest is 21. So they're all
Yeah.
adults now. Well,
34, 35,
congratulations,
and
Miss
18.
Weezy.
Goodness.
November 2nd, she'll be grandma.
Oh, yeah?
They're due November 2nd. Says they're due November 2nd, and then let the Grandma Olympics begin.
Ah, there you
Oh,
go.
congratulations.
My grandbabies are 9 and 10. No, 9 and 11. She just had a birthday. 9 and 11. Yeah, my kids are pretty good. Knock on wood, nobody's ever been in trouble, nobody been in the jail. They got good jobs and they're doing the damn thing, right? So I
Mhm.
cannot complain. And so far, knock on wood, my 18-year-old's doing just as well.
That's
Yeah,
good.
and grandbabies are something else, aren't they? They really are. They're a trip. My sisters would be like, well, one of my sisters would be like, you just wait. You can't wait till you become a grandma. I'm like, I can wait. When my kids
Mhm.
decide they're ready, I'll be ready. But until then, I can wait. That was, years ago. So
Yeah.
it's all good. All right, let's get into our documents here. Let me get my note where we left off at, guys. And I know people are bringing out certain particular documents and looking at them, but here's the thing about me and Idaho 4 case: I got to look at all of them. I can't go through a search in a
Skipping.
Google Drive and put in keywords thinking I'm going to be able to pull up all the docs I want to see pertaining to that. Because I know the case so well, things that might be important to me may not be important to the one on Twitter posting random stuff, or certain people on you. I don't know what everybody on YouTube's doing with this. I haven't watched anybody else's content on it or how they're doing it, but I know how I've been doing it. So I'm going to continue with that, and we'll move through it all. Like I said, we're not going to read all of the documents that are not important or repetitive or
Mhm.
things like that, but we're going to read the good ones.
Yeah, I haven't watched anywhere else either, only because I kind of just want to.
Woozy. I feel that in my soul, right? I feel it in my soul. My 34-year-old, he was not a gamer, right? But my 18-year-old was a massive gamer, still is. And boy, at 13, some things I heard coming out of his mouth in that bedroom. And then he tried that with me a couple times. I'm like, boy, are you serious right now? He's like, I'm backing off slowly, Mom. Backing away. Yeah, they gonna try you. Y'all know they will. Hawkeye's years lives next door. I live with one of mine because I help with my grandson. So it's, it, I'm glad my kids are still close, right? That they didn't decide to move away or cross country or anything for their jobs. All those things that can happen. I'm fortunate mine are here. Very fortunate for that. Okay, we were on. Where'd my page go? Oh, I was looking at the wrong set. That was the first 50. We're done. Okay. We need. Oh, I gotta download the thing again. Oops, my bad. Um, okay. Koberger investigation documents. Come here. We need this batch back. Sorry. Let's see. I need this one. Good morning, Carrie. Welcome in.
Morning, Carrie.
Okay, so we left off yesterday with the interviews that Bethany did with Detective Blaker, the one she did in Idaho, and then they traveled over to Nevada just days later to interview her again. And we read those. And I do have a playlist for these shows created for the deep dive on these documents. So if you guys missed any of the first ones, um, I do have it. I do have it in order, believe it or not. I told y'all I was trying to be one of those good creators.
Doing
Okay,
good.
so now, yeah, you can go back and catch the playlist and anything you may have missed because I am going through them in sequence. I'm not bouncing around. All right. So this one come up next was, I don't even know why I pulled it up because we weren't going to actually review it, but we have it up, so why not? And this is just them, the Mogan property release, and this is just a statement where on the morning of 1/2/23, I received a call from is Karen Laramie that her, I'm gonna say that's her husband, or no, TC, this, I don't know what, maybe her attorney, was driving to Moscow to retrieve Madison Mogan's car and personal belongings. I emailed Laramie a property release form and she signed it and sent it back. Um, on January 2nd at about 10:44 hours, I received a call from the redacted indicating he was on his way to Moscow. So they got the car back on January 2nd. I know Stacy Chapin said it was taking a while to get those vehicles back. So they released some of the stuff to her parent, or the attorney then collected Madison Mogan's personal belongings consisting of 7 boxes, 1 tote, and a suitcase bag. Two of the boxes were flat and contained a mirror and other items. Could you imagine that's all you got left of your kid and you got to go to a police station to pick it all up?
Mm.
It's just
No, I can't.
no, it's horrible, isn't it?
Mhm.
Redacted and his associate, which is also redacted, put Mogan's car on a flatbed trailer to tow home. Redacted signed for the items, and I took the photo of the release along with the driver's license. Just that's crazy that they even have to go through that, right?
Yeah, yeah, very sad.
It is. Okay, so let me move through my list here. Let's see. So we have that one is the the next one was interesting because I needed I should have pulled up the footage of that to show you guys in case you never saw that when they came up to bring in the. Hold on, let me get the right ones here. We need number 92 because we're up to number 92 now on the supplemental reports. Oh, did it not? Damn it.
Not cooperating.
Well, I forgot I had to download it again. I forgot my sequence of events that I have to do to make this work smoothly. I was
Yeah.
like, oh, darn it. Did it not? It's still doing it? Wow. And I did it over again. Because when I bring it up on my screen, if I do it this way, I can't see you guys at all. All I then see is the report, and I can't even see if you guys are seeing it or any of the
Oh
things.
wow.
Yeah. So let me. I don't know why it does it that way. It took it like 3 times to work right yesterday, but we'll be patient again. I gotta
Mhm.
remember. Oh, never mind. User error. It's too many steps. It's
I
like it's
hate when that happens.
I know. It's like, oh, we'll blame it on something else, which y'all don't.
Yeah.
We'll just pretend that it wasn't a user error. Okay. I still need this one. Here we go. Now. Okay, I finna let it finish downloading. If I click too soon, I'll be in trouble. There we go.
Thank you, Hawk.
Okay.
You
Now.
rock too.
Oh, thank you, Hawkeyes. You do. You guys, all of you rock here in our community. We appreciate all of you for being here.
Yes.
All right. Here we go. And thank y'all for being patient with me. All right. So we knew that there was a hazmat response cleanup team that came to the home. And Ann Taylor's like, what's happening? Stop it. Which I don't blame her at the time. So this was done by Roger Lanier, who was the captain at the time. Supplemental report on the disaster service response on December 30th. Now, the murders happened on the 13th. So this was the 30th at this point. Oh, my neighbor just messaged me. It's a little late, dude. I needed you this morning. Hang on. Okay. On December 30th, 2022, at approximately 8:45, disaster services responded to 1122 King Road to being cleaning should say to begin cleaning the residence of biohazards and other chemicals used during the crime scene processing. Now, we knew there was stuff like that used. I mean, it's a crime scene, of course. This was a prearranged response. As members of the disaster response were setting up their tents and barriers, I received a call from Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson. Thompson advised me that a judge's order had just been issued requesting all mitigation and cleanup be halted immediately. At that point, I instructed the disaster services crew members to stop. I had confirmed that the door to the residence had not been opened and no one had entered the residence yet. I checked the evidence tape on the door to ensure that the seal had not been broken. I stood by while all the equipment was loaded back into the response trailer and the entire team left the area. I returned the scene back over to North State security guard and replaced the barricade tape across the parking lot area entrance, and I left the scene. Now, we saw from news footage where they roll up with these big trucks and they're about to start getting to work. Then all of a sudden they leave. None of us knew why until that document came out in the docket that had been done, or was where Anne put the preservation on the home.
Talk about down to the wire. That was like
Yeah,
they
like
yeah,
they're
right
there,
down.
right? They're on the
Yeah.
scene and they're unloading, about to make entry into this home, and the judge puts an emergency order to stop. I guess Anne was in
Hmm.
court that morning filing motion to get that halted. So yeah, it came down to the wire. What would have happened if they'd actually made entry into the door and
Hmm.
started some cleanup efforts? How would that have played out for Anne? I don't, of course, in the end, I think he still was going to take this plea no matter what. But it would have been interesting to see how that would have played out if they had began any kind of cleanup effort. Now we see them
Hmm.
eventually. They do go back. Um, Apparently, there was also asbestos found in that home. It was a super old house,
Oh yeah.
and apparently the college president literally lived in that house when he was a kid.
Oh
Go.
wow.
Oh yeah, another one of those weird things in Idaho 4, which then YouTube sleuths then decided, well, he knew the whole time that was a drug running house with the tunnels. He lived in it. No wonder he wants it protected. We're like, what?
Oh.
So all of this was all to cover up that the university president was, some kind of bad, shady dude. I don't know. Anybody but Koberger, right? Anybody
Yeah.
but Koberger. It didn't
Yep.
matter. You could have thrown the whole town up on a dartboard, and whoever you hit today would have been the
A
main
stray
suspect.
dog.
Right. We had look. We even had Buddy the Skin Dog in this case.
Hmm. Bye, Hawkeyes. Have a good day at work.
Look, you try to have a nice day at work. Yeah, maybe you got one of
Yeah.
them jobs you like. Not everybody hates their job, and some people do
Exactly.
actually like their jobs.
Yeah.
So
Right.
hopefully you have one of those types of jobs, and you can have a chill day. Um,
Yeah.
Thank you for leaving your DNA in case you go missing. We can now find you. No, I'm joking. Thank you, Hawkeyes. We love you and appreciate you. We really do. But yeah, it's so we had Buddy the Skin Dog story that came out, and people were always wondered, was Koberger the skinning dog bandit? And I'm like, well, in that usually mass murderers, serial killers aren't going to start skinning dogs at 27 years old. That would have been done at
Right.
12,
Yep. Agree.
leading up to the people, right? Not like, oh, let me
Hmm.
go skin a dog over in Moscow. And then a month
Yeah.
later, I'm going to go commit a quadruple homicide. It's going to escalate real quick. Oh, you work for
Yep.
yourself. Yay, I did that for the last 10 years that I was working. I don't blame you. I was thinking this morning, I like my life. I've always liked my life, but y'all know what I mean. I'm finally
Yeah.
at that stage where the kids are all out of the house. I don't have to set an alarm to get up. I don't got to say you need to get to sleep. You got to get your ass up early in the morning. I don't have that anymore, and I'm like, hallelujah, I'm celebrating.
Yeah. I'm liking it, but you know, I see the work back to work for me soon.
Yeah.
in my near future.
And I'm not gonna
But I'm
like it.
loving the break.
I'm not gonna like it when that happens. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it right now. I'm not looking forward to my girl going back to work. I think we need to win the lottery. We need to
Yep,
do something. Um,
exactly.
yeah. Ugh, it's nice being leisure. My son the other day said something to me about it. He's like, "Well, you don't have to do anything." I'm like, "Excuse me, son. I done put in all this stuff you're doing right now. I done put in all of
Mhm.
that and then some. Remember?"
Exactly.
And he kinda
Yep.
looks at me like, "When you're my age, when you are 58, I'm gonna remind you." He's like, "Are you gonna be here?" I'm like, "You little smart ass. I will come back. I'll trust me, I'm coming
He
back."
went there. Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah,
He
he my
should
little my me and my son,
say, I'm never going away. Don't you know that?
y'all should hear me and my son. Y'all gonna be like, are y'all okay?" We're like, "We're just playing. We are being sarcastic buttholes to one another right now.
Uh-huh.
That's just what we do."
Yep. Yep.
It's
I
hard to
think
get
it's
mad
the
at your kids
longest,
for being sarcastic when you are just as sarcastic.
right? I think this is the longest break I've had, except for when I had my kids.
Yeah,
So and I've been working since I was 16. So
right? Me too. And that's yeah, I have to remind my
I'm
son that
enjoying
sometimes. Like,
this.
"Dude, you better get off my old lady ass. I'm trying to be an old lady. You're not letting me.
Right?
You're finding me stuff to do that I don't wanna do."
Yeah. My husband's like, oh, if it
Let
was
me
up to me, you wouldn't have to go back to work.
right.
Well, who knows?
I
Maybe
like
we'll win
being
the
in my old
lottery.
lady phase.
Yeah,
I can true
exactly.
crime all the time if I want to. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
the best part is I help people around the world natural healing. Yes, there's nothing better than natural healing. Absolutely. You need to start putting some more content out there for us. We need to hook up. We need to hook up and get some
Mm-hmm.
healing, a healing channel.
Hawkeyes, do you have a website or is it just your YouTube channel?
That's a good question. Okay, let me get this document pulled back up and see what we're going to look at next. Um, so the number 94 in the supplement reports was when they sent out for their Gmail warrants. Number 95 was where they sent for a UPS warrant. And a lot of us always wondered the UPS. And then it came out in a document. How come my.
Oh, thank you, Hawkeyes. That was nice.
Aw, thank you, Hawkeyes. We appreciate that. I know I'm going to have to get um, a link for my mods. Let's see. Investigation. I think this is the longest part of it. Y'all waiting on me to pull a damn document up. Oh, no, Pammy, you're not way behind. We literally read one report and there was nothing much to that. We just been kind of sitting here chit chatting.
Mm-hmm.
So we're about to get into something here though. Let's see.
We've only gone over a couple of documents, I think.
Yeah, and they were not really too involved, just about the cleanup, halting, and that. So, and like I said, I did create the playlist for everybody so we can stay caught up on the docs if you've missed any of the coverage. Okay, so I always wondered where this was. What the heck was going on with this? So this was Moscow PD, of course, incident report number 95, and it's written by Lawrence Mallory. On December 2nd, Corporal Brett Payne was granted a warrant for video obtained by United Parcel Service from a UPS truck, guys, via their carrier vehicles. So it was a video obtained from the UPS truck. On December 5th, 2022, at approximately 03400 hours, the warrant was served via email, and there was a redacted email. On December 5th, I received an email from UPS stating the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. I provided a download link in the files. I want to do a FOIA request on this because I don't know what they were looking
Mm-hmm.
at, what they
Right.
were looking for, what area. Was it a UPS truck on King Road? that delivered something, or was it a delivery near another location? They thought, well, he might have video of something worth looking at. I don't know what
Right.
prompted them to specifically look for a UPS dash cam video. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That's
Yep.
always made me wonder. Um, and this was early on that they did this. So that was December 2nd of 2022, not even a month later. So it has to be, they didn't have Koberger's name at that point, according to them. So what were they looking for? Just anything, right? Just anything. And
Mhm.
what was the significance of that UPS truck? And I want to know where it was when it was videoing whatever this little sequence of events was.
Right.
Okay, Woozy.
Maybe anything and everything that was in the area to see if he had been, you know,
In the air.
around that area. Right.
It could have been, you're right, it could have been a UPS
Just to
from
catch
days
him.
before. You know what? If they look at the dates, this phone was pinging
Yes, I was
on the
just going to
tower
say
near
that.
the home, right? So then did
Mhm.
they think, well, let's go and see if we have a UPS camera on the same day? I don't know.
Right.
Um, could if that's something they're used to working with, right? Or did that just come out of somebody's head at the last minute? It's so
Well,
interesting,
we
though.
know they were, yeah. I mean, we know they were doing it. Well, that's a good thing. So you
Yeah,
can't say, oh, they weren't looking for everything. Seems like they
exactly.
were.
Right. Because that shows that they were.
Mhm.
Looking at anything and everything as possibilities. And I know they keep wanting to stress that they'd have we would have landed on Koberger eventually. It's what I'm hearing in these latest round of interviews. And I'm like, I don't know if y'all would have with your grainy car footage and you don't know what date, you don't even know what year this car was for sure. I get it. You updated it once the FBI trust me, I've read all the documents, but you still didn't know what year that car was. To the
Mhm.
point WSU didn't think notifying you of a 2015 in their parking lot was worth notifying you about because you weren't looking for a 2015.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So number 96 in the documents is what we're up to next, and that was towing the vehicles from the scene. And again, the vehicles were the four victims, as well as Ethan's sister's black SUV. Because Maisie pulled right up into the parking lot, and as soon as she did that, unbeknownst to her, her vehicle was now part of a crime scene, and they wouldn't let her leave with it. So she
Oh
had no
man.
choice but to. And that's when Stacy Chapin comes out and does an interview, and she didn't do many, but one of the ones she did was she stated that the cops had taken items into confiscation, into evidence, and she said two vehicles and a really nice set of golf clubs. Everybody was like, I was like, golf clubs? The
Hmm.
ones from inside the bedroom that we saw, or were they sitting in Ethan's car or Maisie's
Right.
car? Because the whole family were golfers. They all golfed.
Mhm.
Ethan and Xana had golf clubs in the house. I believe Maisie had a set in her trunk, or Hunter had a set in the Jeep. One of the because the boys shared the Jeeps. I don't know. I'm assuming that maybe she meant. We all wondered, did these golf clubs come from within the home, or were they in
Or
the
did they
car?
already have them? Right.
Yeah, I think they were in the car the whole time. Because then when you go and look at her family's Instagram, you just see golfing pictures everywhere. So I was like, well, that kind of makes sense. They would probably had a nice
Yeah.
set of clubs in one of the cars, and that's what she was
Mhm.
referring to, right?
Yeah.
Makes sense to me. But I sure wanted to know what golf club was this, one of the ones out of the bedrooms? Did it have evidence on it? Did somebody pick it up and use it? Or pick
Yeah.
up a golf club? We all wondered that in the beginning when we saw those golf clubs. But the golf clubs that we could see were sitting in the vacant bedroom. But when the crime scene investigator, or when investigators came out of the home, they carried a couple of different bags out with golf clubs in them. We even examined those golf clubs to see which ones were missing. We all
Yeah.
wondered, did a golf club get picked up and used in defense, self defense mode, right? Did Ethan wake up and hear commotion and grab one of those out of the bag to protect himself with? That's something
Mhm.
I'd always wondered. Oh no, not again. Did I forget to do it the way I need to do it? Good Lord. I did. I'm like, I'm just going to be able to click this and it's just going to pull right up. And it's like, no, it
You
is not.
can't give Joe a hard time anymore.
Nah, I like to give Joe a hard time. It's fun. Yeah, I
With
probably
this
better
restream
stop.
having a double click.
Yeah,
Was it StreamYard?
StreamYard, they got to double click on
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
I just own it. It is what it is. I'm not going to cry about it and act like it's like some big production. It's like, no, it's just me. Y'all user error or shit don't want to work right. We got to be patient. Yeah, I'm not. I pick
It
on
is
Joe.
what it
I'll probably
is.
scale that back. I might offend people. I take it the wrong way. I ain't trying to hurt folks' feelings. I'm just a real sarcastic, joking person. And then I have to
Me
remember
too.
that not everybody's as hardcore as I am. And it might come across as I'm being mean or hurting feelings. That's why I can't be with a man. Because if I got one that I'm going to hurt your feelings every time I open my mouth, we have nothing to work with here.
Right. Mm-mm. My
Can't do
husband, we're both the same. Both
Yeah, man.
sarcastic asses.
Yeah, I'm down with sensitivity and all, but eeks, it's a little cringy. Um, I'm just not that girl, and I'm not romantic. I'm like, please don't build me a fire in the backyard, and we're gonna call it a damn day. But please don't get all that wine and flowers and shit out. Ugh.
Just cook me a brisket. We're good.
Right, cook me some damn food, and we are good to go,
Exactly.
especially a brisket.
Good steak.
Look, she knows what's up, and I hear tell that
Hmm.
her husband cooks some mean brisket, so we know why she's around. I'm gonna go visit because I want some.
There you go. Come on.
I am. Joe does take it all in stride, Pammy. He gives it back twofold. He gives it back over here. We gotta. I like
Hmm.
it when we get Joe to loosen up and just roll with it.
Yeah.
When we can provoke him into cussing.
Right.
He a
I'm
grown
like,
man.
Joe.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, we love Joe. I guess Joe's leaving today. I
Hmm.
don't think did he ever answer me in chat yesterday when I asked was he leaving
I think
today?
he said tomorrow. He said.
Okay, 'cause I was busy reading and I couldn't really follow chat a lot yesterday. So I apologize if I missed any of you guys comments. Let me reply back to my neighbor kid for a moment.
Okay.
Oh,
They were gonna give Joe some bad habits over here.
okay. What? You'll give me some bad habits.
Give Joe some bad habits over here. He's gonna
Oh,
rub off on us.
yeah. Okay, so this is Blaker again. Yeah. Blaker did a lot of reports in this one. Dustin Blaker, number 97. On November 13, 2022, I was at King Road assisting with a homicide investigation and search warrant at the address. Redacted was called to remove. I don't know why they. I don't know why they redacted her name. Redacted was called to remove the four deceased and then transport them to Spokane for autopsies to be performed at around 21,2800 hours. I had Officer Jay Waters follow redacted when they transported Xana and Ethan from 1122 King Road to their facility. I had Officer Waters stay at the residence with Xana and Ethan so they could return and transport Kaylee and Madison. I followed from one or at the coroner's office, I guess. And then they went back and retrieved Kaylee and Madison. I followed. Now, here's the thing about this whole report. We didn't see any images on TV of them bringing these victims out of the house. So, of course, all the conspiracy theorists were like, this crime never even happened. They didn't bring any bodies out of that house, y'all. What are y'all talking about? This never happened. See? We're like, and people legit thought they were pretending these four kids died in this house. Who in the hell can wrap their head around some kind of logic like that? I cannot.
That's insane. What did they think? They took him through tunnels?
No, they never died.
Oh my gosh.
No, there was never anybody killed inside that house. Then what are we pretending there was for? I never could
Right.
understand that logic, right?
Yeah.
So because people didn't see Hearst lining up to take these bodies out, they're like, "Oh, it never happened. We didn't see them come out of the house." It, the local media stayed back on purpose. They were notified, "We're about to go remove these bodies. Can y'all stay back for particular,
Right.
come on, respect here." We didn't need to see that. The parents and the families didn't need to see that on TV.
Right.
They
Mhm.
just didn't. None of us did. So it was done, without the watchful eyes of all the media in the world. And so they
Yeah.
coordinated to do that with the media to keep the cameras backed off long enough to get this done.
Not everything is a conspiracy. I mean,
No,
geez.
no, but I still think the prosecution didn't help any.
Yeah.
Well, let me take that back because Ann Taylor also wanted the damn gag order. Prosecution agreed. The problem really began to happen when the prosecution steadfast held up that order of the gag order. And Taylor took it upon herself to march into court and say things verbally to stir the crowd, dropping things like the sheath could be planted. My client is innocent. The state's hiding. Well, according to the state, ma'am, you went down there and reviewed all sorts of evidence in person, got all these records. But then again,
But she still needed more time.
she needed more
And
time to go through all that evidence she didn't have to start with,
mhm.
right? So back it up with your shady self. You just gave the defense attorneys a bad name, and now no one's going to want to believe one going forward, even when they're right.
Mhm.
So you got to take them and evaluate it all independently and separately, obviously. But she really put it. It's one thing to go hard for your client if you firmly believe in your client, Karen Reed Delphi. I
Mhm.
don't know if she ever firmly believed in her client, and then she's like, this is gonna backfire in my face. I'm gonna look stupid. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what this defense team was thinking. Um,
I don't know because she did look stupid because she did go out and say that I believe he's completely innocent.
she stood
So
right there in
done with
court
that.
and pointed at
Yep.
him and said, "Judge, Brian is innocent." Everybody was like, "Well, okay. Well,
Somebody
she."
needs to ask her. Do you still think that? What made you change your mind?
I told my little neighbor I was live on a YouTube stream right now. He's like, "Live on YouTube?" I thought he knew. His mom knows.
Sounds like my kids.
He's,
They don't ask anymore. But at first they were like, "Huh? What?" So
he,
funny.
he's probably thinking, "What's my old neighbor doing on YouTube?"
My kids too.
I'll have to go out there and film their chickens and show you guys. My neighbor has the cutest damn chickens.
Oh,
He wrote back, "Are you a YouTuber or something?"
that's funny.
Or something. Or something. I'm not really sure what I am these days. Okay.
If you only knew, kid.
Right? There today I don't know what I am. Like a shit. A hot mess.
Oh,
The hot mess express over here happening. Okay. So we know that they did take out the bodies. They had to take them out two at a time, and they transported them over to Spokane for the autopsies to be completed. They photographed the evidence tape, and I have burned these photos onto a DVD, which was booked into evidence. Then I saw redacted place the four deceased in a cooler located in his facility. That's such a cold thought. I mean, it's reality
yeah,
of things, but it's such a cold final thought, isn't it?
yeah. Very sad.
It is. It's a tragedy when you have
So
one
final.
person murdered, but you had four. That's so many families and people affected.
Mhm.
He's
Yep.
my little neighbor's trying to have a conversation with me.
I bet you he's looking. He's trying to look for you on YouTube as we speak.
Well, a
He's
lot of these
looking.
kids, they
He's
try
looking
their
for your
they,
live.
right. They try their hand at gaming, YouTube streams. He's like, I didn't get a lot of
Mhm.
views. I remember when my kid was a teenager, I bought him little equipment, and he was doing that for a little minute. I never
Mhm.
thought about going live on YouTube back then. I didn't realize that was like a real thing for people.
Me either.
I thought the gamers were doing it. Like, you little kids, y'all have at your little YouTube.
Yeah. I never followed any true crime until like the last year. Actually, after Sebastian Rogers
Right,
went missing is when I started.
right. Um, I didn't do YouTube true crime until Idaho 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I never really, I always followed true crime. Of course, I've watched every
Mhm.
single uh,
Same.
what's that, forensic files known to man, and all the datelines and the 48 hours and all the things, and I
Yeah.
would read articles, and I knew, I would read
Mhm.
things on Twitter and follow there, but I never really looked at YouTube, right, until
Yeah.
Idaho
Me
4, and I was like,
either.
oh wait, people are doing live streams on this, let me go listen. And I was like, oh, damn,
Yeah.
damn.
Same.
What are
Went
y'all?
went in going all over this YouTube, and then I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna back off just a little bit because it's pretty crazy.
It was a lot, right? And I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about. We were in the same community
Mhm.
going, and we both had questions, and we're like, okay, we get what you're
Yeah.
saying, but come on now, there's a little more to that. And
Yeah.
then we both saw how crazy it all got with Sebastian Rogers, poor guy.
Mhm. Yeah.
It proves Anne was doing what the state said in her continuance was just for more time, and she would continue to do it every time.
Mhm.
She was running out of time with that, Carrie. You can only paper a court to death so much, right? You can only file so many motions. She was running out of time and she knew it, especially when her alternate perpetrator evidence was kept out of court.
Well, once they had the change of venue and you had a different judge,
Well,
he
she
he
asked for that.
wasn't.
Right.
Yep.
Careful what you wish
Yeah.
for. I said that the
Exactly.
minute she filed because
Me
that's
too.
not something you normally file at the beginning of a case. That
Yeah.
comes later. But Anne wanted to do that big, elaborate survey and poll all these people and question all of Moscow because they're all trying to railroad my guy and he can't get a fair trial because you're all talking about him. Well, I want to move to Boise or wherever. Here we are. Okay, go
Mhm.
to Boise where they're used to high profile cases, Anne, and a judge who's used to attorneys like you.
Mhm.
Ones who aren't afraid they're going to see you out at dinner tonight and it's going to be awkward.
Yep.
Yeah. So she wanted all that. And as a defense attorney, she should have known that was a probable position that would happen, right? That just changing the venue alone could have done more. But it doesn't matter what judge she had. She was going to do her usual standard filings, trying to get everything done. But when she was running out, like she even said in one of her court hearings, I think it was a year ago, either right before the change of venue or right after. I think it was right before because they were still under Judge. She was standing there in court talking, and she's like, "Oh," and he's like, something about scheduling. They were getting ready to go to trial. So he's like, "We're going to
Mhm.
schedule out these Thursdays and block them off so we can hold our pretrial hearings, working up to trial." And she's like, "Yes, I can agree with that because we have more motions coming, including to exclude the sheath." How are you going to get that sheath excluded, ma'am, if you can't prove it was not planted? You can't.
Mhm.
And she never filed a document to exclude the sheath. She had nothing to work with. Once she went through all the documents and she herself saw there's no way in hell that sheath was planted by a detective willy nilly, she knew she was
Yep.
then there was no not keeping the sheath. The sheath wasn't going away, right?
Yep. The thing is, how can you claim to fully believe that your client is innocent and at the same time say you haven't had time to go through all the documents?
Right? Just because he told you he was innocent?
Mhm.
Because he told you he was riding around over there at Wawa Wee? checking out the moon and the stars on a cloudy night with some visual snow. He didn't have no moonroof. My car had a moonroof at least. I could have stayed inside and said, "Oh well, it's cloudy."
Right?
I used
In
to
the
go.
cold.
I'd go sit in my car alone at night and do the same thing Koberger was over there doing. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I think she was just running out of motions, you know. And once she got to that
Hmm.
last continuance she wanted, due to the Dateline stuff, and she saw that wasn't going to work, and she also lumped in. When I read that motion, I was like, "Hold up, lady! You just took everything from your original motion to remove the death penalty, and you just copied and pasted it right
Hmm.
over into this document." She's like, "Let me sneak this back in there." The judge was like, "No, ma'am, that's not going to work either." So yeah, once that happened, that's when the prosecutor says she began to reach out about this possible plea deal. Um,
What did you see in those documents that you claim to not have read yet that made you change your mind, ma'am?
when did she change her mind? Right?
Hmm.
When did her mind actually? Did she ever believe in his innocence to begin with? Um, and if she did, when did she change her mind?
Hmm.
When did she say to his mom, "Look, the jig is up. I'm sorry I've led you astray all this time and thinking I could get your son off, but reality
Yeah.
is he's probably going to get the death penalty."
When
Now,
she stopped getting her way.
well, even and here's the thing in Idaho, though, I got to research it, but in Florida, you don't need a unanimous jury decision to invoke to give them the death penalty. One vote's all it needed. So if Stearns had went to trial and was found guilty and one juror voted for the DP, he was going to get the DP. A lot of times they have to have a majority vote
Right.
before they decide DP. So I don't even know if there was a guarantee he would have gotten the death penalty. And everybody has such a different view on the death penalty, right? Such a hot topic for
Hmm.
people that fight for that. I could care less either way. It's not my fight. I don't really have a I don't care. I'll just be honest because I know if Jesus really exists, he's going to take care of them all in the end anyway. And do I help that along or just let it happen naturally? It's not my fight.
Well, because
That's between them and Jesus.
DP doesn't necessarily mean it's not immediate. So you still have to wait so many years, full of
Yeah.
appeals,
Yeah. I
and
mean,
then yeah,
I think the end game is always going to be to get the DP removed. I don't care what state you're in, what case you're fighting. It's just the way it is. And
yeah,
people are on saying, why even have the death penalty anymore? Because it's a valuable tool.
yeah.
I don't know how to answer that question. Um, Anne was doing what Brian wanted, and I don't think she was ever in charge. Oh, well, she's in charge, and she's got the right to walk away from
Hmm.
that case when she felt like he was a little too intimidating or scary or freaky or, I don't know. I think he was hard to talk to, right? Was he hard to explain things to? She even had indicated in that last hearing that even she kind of let it be known that when she explained things to him, I don't think he took it for granted that she was right. Right? I think
Well, I'm
she,
sure. I'm sure
yeah,
he always challenged her.
yeah. And I feel like she started to feel that in some sense,
Hmm.
but I still don't know. And I don't know if we'll ever know what exactly prompted this change of plea. Reports are it's because of his mama. And apparently, the first time they were approached about this plea deal, his mother is the one that said no. Although she wrote on forums about her disdain for the death penalty. This was before Brian ever got arrested, before the murders ever happened.
Hmm.
She was against the death penalty, and she wasn't sure that Bundy deserved the death penalty. Not like he didn't deserve it, but was it the right avenue? Lady,
But
you don't.
why him? Why did she speak on him though? That would have been my question. It's
Well, this is
out of all the people that have the death penalty, why him? Why did she pick him?
because he
Weird.
was a notorious killer, I guess. I don't know. That is a good question. Was Mama a bit obsessed with Bundy? And Koberger's like, Mommy, I like him too. I don't know. Um, that's a weird. That's a good. That's a good thing to point out, actually, because she absolutely did say that about Bundy.
Hmm.
Um, did she realize, son, you're going down for this, and I don't want you to get the death penalty? And that was his end game. Maybe the only person he truly cared about was his mom, because we're going to see in one of those reports where we read it the other day, where he got, the other inmate was yelling at the TV, and Koberger thought the inmate was yelling at him or his mother because they were FaceTiming or whatever.
Hmm.
It's like, did you yell at my mama? You know how them boys are when you mention the mama.
Yeah.
But it sounded like Koberger was ready to go at the guy. If you're talking about my mama, like, was mama the only thing you cared about?
Hmm. I don't know. Does he care about anything? Has always been my question. It doesn't seem.
If
I
uh,
don't know. Just
I was
haven't seen much reaction from him about anything. So.
no, I don't think he's got any feelings in there a whole lot except for
Mm-hmm.
mama. I would be surprised if he didn't care about his mom. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Bundy hated his mom, and Bundy ended up hating women a lot to do with his mom.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Koberger's mommy issues were like that. You know what I mean? Like, mommy's
No.
my protector, my savior. She's got my back no matter what I do.
Oh well, three carries. The guy I've been looking for was supposed to get the DP, but state changed their mind, and he only got 20 years and was supposed to be charged in Florida for a different case, but that never happened. I'm sorry, Carrie.
I don't know why that would never happen here
Mm.
unless there wasn't enough evidence to bring the charges forward. I watched a case the other night on TV, and it took them years to get that case to trial because they had that gut feeling, right? And they had some
Mm-hmm.
decent circumstantial evidence, but they just didn't have enough to take it to trial. Wonder if he had issues with his sister. Real happy. I'm going to say he did, at least one of them. Now, we know that one did show up in court, but was that just to support mom, right? That was the younger sister who did the slasher horror film back in the day. Um, that's not
Is
the
that
one
the
that
one that
was,
was in court?
yeah,
The actress?
yes, yeah, that was the younger sister who was the actress. The older sister, the one in court was Amanda. The one on the TikTok account is Melissa. She's the older sister. Now, I don't know which sister it was that he stole the phone from when he was 16.
Yeah.
So I think, coupled with that, and then we hear that when he got to Idaho or back to Pennsylvania, the sister is the one that approached the dad with, hey, weirdo brother's being weirdo again. Something's not right. Now, we're also hearing reports that when the police were trying to get his DNA in Pennsylvania, because he was there for nearly 2 weeks before he got arrested, driving around. Every time he left his parents' home in Pennsylvania, he was wearing gloves. We had heard that. People are like, oh, that's not corroborated anywhere. Y'all can't, there's no receipt. Y'all quit spreading bad rumors. Apparently, he was wearing gloves every time he left the home. They weren't going to get DNA from him. And I also wonder, was the dude preparing to go on the run
Right.
because of some of the things I've read? And I'm thinking that I can see buying some of these things for a long road trip, but after the murders, shouldn't you had all that in the car because you took the first long trip to Idaho or to Washington? You didn't need all that stuff on the first part of the trip.
Mm-hmm.
So why buy it now after murders? Like, yeah, I got some questions. Um, well, Carrie, I don't know about most of Florida, but I know on my end of Florida, we have a brand new task force who is investigating all the old cases, and there's not many here in my end that were forgotten. We have some old cases on the books that are not solved, including one 35-year-old case of a missing African American boy, and I think we're finally getting somewhere. God knows that little boy finally deserves some closure. So I'm hoping
Mm.
the new stuff that's coming out is going to help with that. Hopefully, those kinds of investigators can grab hold of your case and get busy on that, because those cases need to be looked at. Sirius Black, welcome in. I found it funny
Morning,
how Aunt Taylor
serious.
finally got through all the evidence after BK pled guilty. Preach it, girlfriend. Well, she
Mm-hmm.
got through a bulk of it, right? To find out, wait a minute, and shit, even though it's circumstantial, dude, it's not looking good. That 7 minute funkiness with the phones that we were going to have Cyree come blow the case out of the water with, that don't even look promising at this point, right? Ooh, Tampa. I don't know much about Tampa. I'm not from that area. Y'all getting down there into the air. That's that. There's two parts of Florida, and I don't live on that part. Yeah, you couldn't pay me to live in that part. I'll be honest. I'm over here on the redneck Riviera. We're not city. I am technically known as the redneck Riviera, and we own it down here. We don't have palm trees on this end. They're not natural. We have the Florida pine. If you see a palm tree on my end, it's a transplant. It's true. People are like, "Where's all the palm trees?" I'm like, "What palm trees?" Jesus, our beach don't even have palm trees. They're fake. They're not from here. Did you see any palm trees all over our beaches when you were here?
Mm-mm.
Nope, because we don't have them.
Well, it's fine with me. It looks beautiful to me as is.
I don't need a palm tree to make it feel tropical. I just need the sound
Mm-mm.
of that wave hitting the shore, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we just went through number 97 where their victims were removed from the scene. Now, on number 98, they did a Elon financial warrant, and we've always known that was for Kaylee's records. They did a bunch. Like, guys, when I tell y'all the amount of financial warrants that went out in this case were mind-boggling. I mean, there were just so many, one after the other, and multiples by each victim. It made one wonder, what? Like, they got more bank accounts than adults. And then, as Dolphin and I were talking about it and moving through it and having conversations about it, well, if you got different student loans, would they come from different financial institutes? If you have a bank loan for your new car, would it, there could be reasons for these various accounts. Also, if you
Mm-hmm.
have like your PayPal, your Venmo, your Cash Apps, they're all tied to a banking,
Financial.
right? So
And there's
there.
so many these days now. So
Yes, exactly. And so we didn't know if that explained all of the financial warrants. I don't know. But that was one of the ones they did next, and that was on report number 98. Maori filed that one. And then number 99. My kiddo was on the move. I didn't turn my phone off and notifying me he's moving all around town. What's this kiddo doing this morning? Oh, he's at home. He must be walking around the house. Let me turn my phone off to silent because that'll be distracting. There we go. Okay, so then the next one they went through was report number 99, and they reached out to Blue Ridge Knife Sales, and they are a wholesale distributor for the K-bars. And all they wanted to do there as well was look for purchases, right? So let me. Boy, I went to this website so long ago and looked around. All right, we need report number 99. That's going to be in this batch. Okay. All righty. I have to get it so I can see. All right. This one was also by Maori. Okay. On December 12, 2022, I applied for and was granted a warrant for sales records from Blue Ridge Knives for K-Bar, and they have the serial number. Now, this time they're not redacted. USMC fighting knife sheath and known purchases and quantities of Blue Ridge knives from K-Bar, including on or about 3/8/22. The purchase of 360 units and on or about 6/24/22, the purchases of 480 units. Blue Ridge Knives are wholesale K-Bar knives and sheaths. FBI S.A. Douglas assisted in the service of the warrant to Elon Financial, and we just read about that or told you about that. On December 13th, 2022, at approximately 7:54 hours, the warrant was served via email. On December 16th, I received an email from S.A. Douglas providing the data requested pursuant to the warrant. I downloaded the files to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department, completed the warrant return, receipt, and the affidavit. These documents were sent to the Latah prosecutor's office. Now, so they've got 360 units on one date purchase and then another 480. Do you think they needed to know where all those knives were distributed out to? And can you imagine trying to scour a region
Mm-hmm.
or the country for who all purchased K-bars, and like the guy we saw yesterday had the knock 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 at the door. Hey, you purchase a K-bar? Well, maybe. Who's asking, right?
Tedious process makes my head hurt.
It does. I mean, I just can imagine how much manpower and everything it's going to take to go through all of that. What if they never got the name, or what if they didn't have DNA, guys? Say the sheath wasn't there. They wouldn't even know that it was a sheath. So would they have ever determined what type of knife was used? They claim they can't tell from the wounds what type of knife, just a knife was used. So without a sheath, would they have ever have been able to come up with, let's pinpoint down to a particular knife and then go search the country for who all owns this knife? Like,
Right.
God. Okay, so we have the sheath, so we know that happened. It's now that you got
Maybe it's usually sold with the certain type of knife is how they found that. I
Oh
don't know.
yeah, I mean, so
Yeah.
because they have the sheath, that's what led them to
Right.
the K-bar. Without it, they
Yeah.
wouldn't have even known what kind to look for.
Mm-hmm.
But they have it, so they're like K-bar. But now you're going to search the entire country and look into everybody who bought a K-bar?
Yeah.
Or do you start within that region? We saw that one list of documents, right? There were all the names that
Mm-hmm.
popped up on that one warrant. And then how they did go to someone's door and be like, hey, and then the guy called and complained, why are the feds knocking on my door? Because I bought one of your knives. So how many doors did they knock on?
Before they, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Before
crazy.
December 18th, when the FBI says, hey, 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 IGG got us your guy. How many doors were knocked on because of a broad search warrant? I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah.
Constitutionally, don't know how I feel about that. And I loved my classes in school on the Constitution. Like, I took that shit seriously.
Yeah.
So that's why,
Double-edged sword. So
I mean, it's not just, I mean, I used to picture the guys sitting there writing the damn Constitution. Do we make them ever feel bad for their hard work? We probably should. I got to uphold it and respect it and make sure but it needs to be for not just like defendants, right? But
yeah.
victims too. Make it fair. And then where's that fair line? Like, I don't got a problem with IGG. It's your DNA, it's whatever, but broad search
How
warrant.
did you get it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even care how they got the profile. They're not doing a broad search warrant on everybody's DNA. They're narrowing it down to a tree, right? Of people who uploaded
Mm-hmm.
voluntarily gave away their DNA.
Right.
And it's up to you to check the no for the police or yes for the police or whatever it is y'all check on them crazy sites. I don't fuck with them. I don't never intend to, so I'm good. But you put all your information out there. So therefore, you are now open to all of this. I don't got a problem with IgG being used because it's not the first time it ever got used, and it certainly won't be the last. We're identifying 30-year-old victims without a face and a name thanks to DNA
Yeah.
and Othram Labs, right? But broad search warrants, that's different. You're knocking on 50 random doors across the country, or are you looking at one person because their DNA matched, right? That's different to me. So I don't know, guys. I'm conflicted on how I feel about it.
Yeah.
Like, does it matter
I
if
hear
it
you.
caught the killer, right? Or are we going to run across one of those tunnel vision officers like Proctor coming at me
Mm,
now because I happen to show up in your weird ass geofence warrant? Go sit down,
yep.
proctors. Right? That's where the worry comes in with that.
Mm-hmm.
So, Forrest, welcome in the tardy bench. What? I'm glad to have company on the tardy bench. All
Hey, you're here. You made it. So
hey, Forrest,
good
I
to
was
see you.
late. Okay, if
I
it was,
guess Salty's gonna be there with you.
I would have, dude. I'm sitting right beside you. I was late for my own show. If it wasn't for Butterfly, I would have been like, oh yeah. That I literally was like, oh yeah, when she messaged me. Like I got
I
lost in
forgot.
and I was thinking, and I was like, "Ah, I got another half hour." No, it was time. It was go time, ma'am. It was go time. So, the next report that came up, and the last one in that batch, and was the second batch of documents that they said that they dropped, was a report by Mowry, and it was to apply for a search warrant for Extreme Network, and that warrant's always been in the document, and most of us always knew that the Extreme Network document was to access Kaylee's work laptop. She was working for Extreme Networks, and that's was the job she was taking over in tech, or she had taken the job already and was going to be moving to Texas once she wrapped up graduation because she was graduating early. So that's what that warrant was, to access Kaylee's work laptop. You guys are cracking me up. Okay. Two, we've done moved through two set. Y'all, we've made it through 100 damn
Wow.
reports. There's so, don't even ask me how many are left to go
I
because I
was just about to.
don't
I
do it.
won't.
Shh.
I won't.
Shh. It doesn't matter. There's
Mm,
like, I don't know, 300 in total, I think.
see, you said it. Now it's gonna take forever.
Nah, because we're not
Kidding.
going to look at all of them. And I'm
Yeah.
pre-reviewing most of them to make sure. But then again, I find a lot of them interesting. So hell, we might be here for a month. Y'all don't know. Hey, well, we can keep ourselves busy until the great unsealing begins. And Bill Thompson made another statement saying, or no, I think it was Kevin Fixler last night, talking about his interview with Bill Thompson and how apparently there was more he wanted to say but didn't, wouldn't, couldn't, because the gag order was still, those records were still sealed at the moment, right? Just
Yeah.
going to wait for that
I heard
unsealing.
that part.
And
When
so
is the interview supposed to
it's not going to air. He
air?
doesn't do a YouTube live. I think he said he was going to post it up on his Idaho Statesman
Oh, okay.
website. Oh, dang it. I missed a call from my kiddo because the phone was on silent. Let me hang on, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay. So how's everybody doing today? I'm doing good, Forrest. Just hanging out with Salty and you guys, so I'm good. I'm inside. It's cool. It's supposed to be up to 100 today, probably. So I am keeping my butt inside in the AC. Hey, Joe. Well, thanks for stopping by. Joe, are you still headed back or leaving tomorrow? Oh, Pammy, I'm sorry. Taxes. Yup. Oh, the baby. How's the baby doing, Carrie? Joe, are you still headed back tomorrow? Salty was asking earlier. Oh no, Pammy, I hope you fix it.
Okay, guys, so sorry about that.
That's okay. I've been
He's wanting to
chatting
go.
with
Thank you.
Joe's here.
Oh, cool. My kiddo's
Oh,
wanting
he
to go
stopped by.
shopping. He's wanting to go shopping. I'm like, dude, I don't go shopping. I can't. Let me just send you money, boy. You go. I ain't tried to buy your clothes in
Right.
years. Anyway, yeah, he's finishing up his back to school stuff, getting ready for all that.
You're like, you mean online? Amazon?
What we doing online and Amazon? What's happening?
That's my shopping.
Hey, that's my shopping, right? I don't like buying new clothes off the Amazon. I don't trust it. Do they fit? And then it's a big old hassle to turn shit back in. So if he wants to shop online, I let him do it. You be responsible.
Hmm.
Yeah, but everything else, be like, if I can't buy it online, I usually don't get it. I told my son yesterday, I was like, you know what? He's like, what? I was like, I really want to go to the Dollar Tree, but it's like so far into town, and it's like I'm not going for that one trip. He laughed at
Yeah.
me. I was like, "And I don't go anywhere anymore. I just stay at home. Um, Tomorrow is checkout day for Joe, and then he's headed over to Kerr County. Oh,
Well, safe travels, Joe.
yeah. Stay safe out there. How long are you going to be out in Texas?
And it's probably hot and humid, so
Probably my ass.
well, I heard there was like some front or something coming in. I haven't seen what days it was,
That
but
24-hour breeze.
mm-hmm.
I'm making fun of
That
her, y'all,
and
'cause she knows she's in Texas and I'm in Florida, and
yeah,
humidity is just part of life. It's there no matter what. Actually,
yeah.
some days are better than others, especially if you got a sea breeze coming in.
Well, I woke up yesterday morning to take the dogs out, and there was no wind. It was so humid you could cut it with a
It's
knife.
so thick,
And then
isn't
I go back out in the afternoon, and there's a nice wind, a nice
it? Yep.
breeze. Still
Ex-
humid, but not as bad.
No, it wasn't as bad. There's sometimes you can walk out the door and you just feel the thick, heavy air. That's all you know is thick, heavy air, and you're like you're right. You could just cut right through it. But I try not to complain about it too many times because but it hinders my outdoor sitting, and I don't like that.
Yep.
I like it when our humidity is down. It's like, why can't you just stay this way? That is one thing I will say about Florida is the humidity sucks, but I don't complain because I'm a summer girl. Anytime and twice on Sunday. I'll judge. I can't do that cold shit. Nope, nope, nope. Y'all, please don't start about your pumpkin spice and your sweater weather. I'll get
Oh,
depressed.
no, no, no.
I'll get depressed
No.
ahead of time.
Exactly.
I'm
Well,
one of
actually,
those.
fall is my favorite season of the year,
I'm one of those.
and the early part of winter.
Yeah. No, I'm one of those. I have SAD, seasonal affect disorder. I'm into happy and I don't like sad. I can only do sad for a minute and then I got to get out of that situation because I cannot. I had enough of that to last me an entire lifetime. Trust me, I can't dwell in sadness for long. It doesn't live in my heart or my soul. I feel it for a moment, and as an empath, I have learned to be that way over the years. So
Mm-hmm.
call me a hard ass if you
Compartmentalize.
want, but it's out of necessity and protection. And I could
Yep.
teach you a thing or two about that. Empaths, I promise you. It's not an
Mm-hmm.
easy road to hoe, and there's sacrifices you have to make, but they're worth it if you want peace, and
Mm-hmm.
peace is what I seek.
Yep.
Okay, so let me see if I do. Oh, wait, I got to go back and do it the way this thing likes me to do it. Otherwise, PA has been like hot. Does it get humid there, Carrie, like that? I never think about that. I figure you guys like have foliage. Like we don't get people get all crazy with the foliage in the fall. And I'm like, what's the big deal? We don't get that shit here. Like, I don't know. Our leaves don't look like that. But so I never pictured I picture Pennsylvania. I see, like leaves and trees and colorful fall like weather, but I never think about it being hot and humid there. That's crazy. All right, Pammy, are we soul sisters? I think we are secretly. I got a couple of soul sisters in this space, and I'm telling y'all, I'm loving finding y'all. I'm finding my tribe, and I'm loving it. Your daughter's name
Oh,
is
that's a
Autumn, middle
pretty.
name.
That's pretty.
Y'all, my girls' names were. I have a Jamie Lynn, and I had my Rhiannon. My son got this regular old name. I didn't name him. His daddy did, and he named him after him. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll take it because I did get to name my girls. So whatever. Okay. I love different names. You know what I mean? I've
Mm-hmm.
always liked different, unique. I have a normal, regular ass name,
Me
but
too.
I don't mind it because I'm named after my mama. So I used to hate my name. Like I thought it was like too old lady sounding or something. But as I got older, I was like, wait a minute, it's not that bad.
You grew into it.
My name is
I have
Kat.
my mom's middle name.
I'll tell y'all my name. My name is Catherine. Right?
That's a pretty name.
I was never called Catherine.
Well, mine's Christina.
I knew your name.
Mm-hmm. I know you knew my name.
I like your name better than my name.
No, I like yours better than mine.
Pammy
And my
says,
middle name's Marie.
what? Pammy, Rhiannon,
Marie.
what? I talked to my boyfriend into naming her. Oh, my best friend is naming her daughter Rhiannon. We are, girl, here's the thing. I
Mm-hmm.
always said at 17 years old, I would never have kids. But if I ever did, I'm going to name my little girl Rhiannon. And you know why. If you know, you know. Stevie Nicks, that's my girl. So then years later, a couple years later, yeah, guess what's happening? I didn't want to know what it was. I did not know if it was a boy or a girl. I thought, you know what? Women had babies for thousands of years and didn't know what the hell they was going to be when they came out. So I didn't want to know. I had two names picked out, and lo and behold, it was a little girl, and her name was Rhiannon.
Yeah, my son's named after his dad, Ray. And then
Yeah,
my daughter's Brianna. And then my oldest is Ashley.
Rhiannon lives her life like a bird in flight. Would you stay if she promised to you heaven? Would you ever? My daughter, my daughter who is in heaven is my Rhiannon. And then she's
Mm,
flying around up there all over all of us today. She's going, Mama, get on back
mhm.
to your documents now. I
Right.
want, I want to hear this
We
shit.
got way off track.
Get back to your documents. Stay on task. I want to hear this. My daughter was a true crime like me.
Oh.
Both of them are. You know what? I thought my other daughter would grow up and be like a crime scene analysis because she used to be hooked on the FBI
Hmm.
files. And she was
Right.
my little night owl, right? The other two would fall asleep at dark 30, but not this one. She's like up all night. So she would watch TV. I'd allow her to watch TV. And I remember when they took FBI files. Well, first she was on this Star Trek kick, and they took Star Trek off at 9 and put on the FBI files, and she had a meltdown. Well, I'm a Star Trek. Then I realized she's watching the FBI files. I'm like, well, I don't know if that's good. She was young, but I'd go in there. I'm like, honey, let's go watch cartoons. No, I want to watch this, and she would have a cow, and she's been hooked ever since. It's crazy. But she didn't go to school for any of that. She's got kind of a weak stomach, but she's a nurse. Go figure. I don't know.
Oh,
I know, right? When she told me nurse, I was like, honey, are you sure?
yeah, my daughter first wanted to do forensics, and then when she found out what was involved, she was like, no, I'm gonna choose a different
Really? I wish I had
something else.
thought about this
I
more when I
know.
was in school. I really do wish I'd have thought this through a little more because I know what I did. I know the path I would have chosen, but I was more like, let's just say that sometimes in life you know that you might could use the things you learned to do bad things, and I didn't know which way I wanted to go. No, I'm kidding. I'm teasing y'all.
Okay.
I'm teasing. I
Bye.
could have been a coach. She said bye. She's like, peace out, Salty. We're done. I don't know you. I'm gonna start one of those YouTube channels where you trash the people and go tell everybody about your crazy madness.
No, no, no. I'm not that person.
Could you? Oh my goodness. Oh Lordy.
Mm-mm.
Did my gummy kick in or did it kick in? So this one is about Miss DM. I'm so trying to give Miss DM grace, but I'm not her mama. I'm just an average individual evaluating things as I see them. And the way I see them may not be the way y'all see them. I just don't, so I'm trying. Release of DM's personal items. Now remember, if I'm an investigator and this is early in investigation, my eyes are not off this girl. They cannot be until I know some things for sure. I'm
Mhm.
really interested. Did they search her Amazon purchase history? Hmm. On January 4 at approximately 10:30 hours, I released the remainder of DM's personal property to redacted, and they've signed for the items. On January 5th, 2023, I learned from Bill Thompson, per the recent signed court order to hold all evidence, that would include the house, what we just read about, Dylan's items fell under that order. Dylan's items. Thompson stated his office would contact DM and make arrangements to have DM's items returned. That's not good. That's like giving the family of Libby German her phone and then saying later, takesy backsies, we want it back. We're going to perform some more tests on that phone we gave away to you and now want it back. Mm-mm. Contaminated evidence right then and there, whatever this is. I don't even care if it was the photos off her little bulletin board in the background with the bushy eyebrow characters. I don't even care if it was that stuffed animal in the corner. Lady Justice, she is not blind. Or is she? On January 9th, I assisted Sergeant Blaker with uploading DM's items from his vehicle back into the Moscow PD's secured storage garage at the City of Moscow shop. Damn. So remember, Butterfly called in. She's like, look, they got the preservation order in and stopped the halt of going into the house with them literally on site to walk in the door. But here they went ahead and accidentally gave Dylan, well, they didn't accidentally give it to her. They released it and then got an order saying, no, 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 no. What items were they, right? Were they particulars? And Taylor done went through that shit and said, excuse me, you gave this back to her. No, 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 not gonna work. And they were like, oh damn it, man, we got had, we got had. Anyway, that's not good though to have that happen in a case because anything that was released and brought back can now be contested by the defense no matter what it was. Or say, look, you did this and this and this wrong, or it could go a bunch of different ways. However, Anne chose to use that information in whatever way. As a defense attorney, that would have been over here on my little trump card stack, just in case. They finally did end up releasing those items over to Dylan, though. All right, so then they started, and that was in report number 102. It was right after the one we just read. And then they moved into talking to the neighbors of Brian Koberger. And that's going to be on report number 103. I was just reading comments. Sorry, guys. Y'all know I'll be good when I'm in
Mm-hmm.
chat with y'all in other chats. We'll be chatting it up, and I'm just like I'm gonna miss out on a conversation. Okay. Maybe we should just do a
I
show
forgot
one
about
day.
names.
I don't even talk about nothing. I'm just like, y'all start talking in chat, and we'll just whatever y'all talk
Exactly.
about is what we're gonna talk about today. Oh, I've seen people do that on YouTube. I'm like, why are they
A shoot
live?
we'll
I
call it a shoot the shit live.
Right, that's now I get it. They're just shooting the shit with the peeps, man. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
So on a Saturday when I'm bored and really don't want to talk about true crime and man, the pages here, I'm be like, let's just talk, y'all. Y'all
Mm-hmm.
talk to me. I'm bored. Okay. That's the best part about the communities though. Talking and getting to
Yeah.
know each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
I
sharing.
agree. Especially when
Hi-
it gets too heavy
I know.
on these crazy streets.
Yes, good Lord. We're gonna need to buy some of these safety measurements that Brian Koberger had in his trunk to wear on these YouTube streets. We need one of them safety
Mm.
vests, some flashing strobe lights in case, one of us breaks down.
One of those safety vests. My husband has plenty of them for
Y'all
work. He uses.
haven't seen you in a couple of days. What happened? I broke down on the YouTube streets, man. I was out there in the dark with no
Right.
help. Cell phone didn't work. Bat signal failed. Shit.
The salty signal.
The salty signal. Oh man, we got to make up a emoji for that.
Yep.
I gotta write that down. Salty signal. Looking for a new thing to say. Uh,
I'll
okay, let me
send
get
it to
back to the
you.
documents. Y'all know. Okay, hold
Yeah.
on. Okay, interviewing Koberger's neighbors. Can you imagine realizing you lived next door to a freak, a
Uh,
homicidal maniac, or murderer, or what? Anybody, anything that went down at your neighbors? Would you know? Would you be suspicious? You know what I mean? I would. I'm that neighbor. Well, I live way out here in the country, and you're gonna notice anything that's not normal, right? The rando car that's stalking the neighborhood, and you're like, who the hell's car is that? Where'd it come from? Who's this guy walking down my country road that nobody ever walks down because it's 50 miles to the nearest town? I'm going to notice if you're out of place out here. Y'all see what my avatar is? That's how I am at home. That's how I chose this avatar. I'm not even lying. When I saw it, I was like,
yep.
oh my God, that is actually me in real life.
Yeah. Same. Window peeking.
And
Don't answer the door.
I'm not home. Fuck that. I've done that so many times. Just stand a room
Mm-hmm.
like I've had because I've been single for years. So I've had different roommates, but my cousins usually. And this one that I lived with, we were the same way about somebody coming to the door. And so one day I'm coming down the hallway and she's in the kitchen and I didn't realize she was in the kitchen. There's a knock at the door. And it's like a big stern knock, knock, knock. I froze in the hallway and I just stood there and didn't move. She didn't move in the kitchen. A few minutes passes. Look, we both ease. I'm easing out of the hallway and she's coming out of the kitchen. We run into one another. We're both like, ah! And we're like laughing at each other at that point. Because I'm
Oh, that would
realizing
be
now
me.
Yeah, realizing I'm frozen in the hallway and she's frozen in the kitchen and we don't know who the hell's at the front door and then we just scared each other. So, whatever. Hope they didn't hear us scream because then we just gave ourselves away.
Right.
We could come back and say, that was a TV, man. That was a TV. We don't know what you're talking about. We left it on to keep our
Exactly.
dog entertained. Jesus Christ.
Yep.
I can come up with some shit on the fly if I need to. Hey, my name used to be Salty Pirate in certain worlds. Just pirate for a reason. I own myself. Okay, so this is a report number 103 from Detective Danny Vargas. Interview with Brian Koberger's neighbors. And they have the initials AF. Now, we had heard, gosh, a long time ago in print articles,
Miss Shorty.
people had talked to this apparent neighbor. Hey, Miss Shorty, welcome in, girlfriend. I had such a good time last Friday hanging out with her and publicly buzzed over there at the crazy ass movie we watched about the zombies. Jeez.
That was funny.
That was my first like real zombie movie, right? I was always like, in the past, another damn zombie movie. I don't, whatever. I was in a different time. I'm from the 80s. Them zombies were in the 90s or whatever year they came in. But I was busy raising babies and shit. So I didn't do zombies, but that was the first one. So yeah, it was funny. It was cool. I screamed a couple times. I was sitting there going, it's got me. It was a good time to let loose like that with my pals, you know what I mean? Especially those two, and having all you guys in chat was so fun. Okay. Interview, and they're trying to encourage me on the kick stuff, guys. So if I decide to test it out, I've got some backup to help us test it. We'll see. We'll see. Interview with Brian Koberger's neighbor, redacted and redacted. On December 30th, 2022, at approximately 6:30 hours, I stood by while a search warrant was served at Redacted, the residence of Brian Koberger. Excuse me, one second. Pokemon says she loves the zombie stuff. It's crazy to watch those old movies now, right? Looking back, that the just the cinematic part of it and all the different things that
Picking
do.
it apart, pointing
Mhm.
out all the
If you
crazy things about it.
if y'all ever visit Universal Studios in Orlando and you go into the show where they show you how they make the monsters and all of that, that shit is so fascinating. I absolutely love that exhibit. Every time we go, well, when we used to go all the time, I went back in there over and over and over. There was always something different you would catch on to, and it's so cool how they make these people up and make them look so damn real. I recommend y'all go see it if you ever go. If they still have it, shit. They may not have that exhibit anymore. They probably have it, but it's probably 10 times better.
There's also some of these reality shows. They do competitions on different. I forgot the name of it, but I would watch it all the time, and they would uh, like not the cinematics, but the different creatures and stuff. How they
Oh, yeah.
did them.
Yeah.
So.
Well, if you go ride rides at Universal Studio, you wow. Just wow. You know, it's just like, how the hell do they pull this off? All right, so on December 30th, 2022, at approximately 6:30, I stood by while a search warrant was served at the home of the residence of Brian Koberger. While on scene, one of the neighbors, AA, who lived in the same building, stated her husband returned home and he might have additional information to add regarding to Brian. She had been, or she had been interviewed earlier in the day by several FBI agents prior to him returning home. Detective Mowry and I met with both of them, and their names are redacted, in the apartment. I recorded the conversation with my phone and informed redacted and redacted I would be recording our conversation, which they were fine with. And so this morning I'm sitting here thinking, wait a minute. Koberger was arrested in Pennsylvania. Are the detailed documents about the day of the arrest, him standing at the back sliding glass, seeing the drone flying over the backyard, wearing his gloves, moving around the house. All of that, I want it. Is it in Pennsylvania? Who do I FOIA request? And then Dan Bryan
Mhm.
isn't going to come on and talk about how he was over there going to the parents' house and he's got the transcript of the arrest of everything Koberger was saying to the cop. And I'm like, damn, I really
Mhm.
want that information from the arrest. We got a little bit of it in the motions where they talk about what he was doing when the cops showed up with the Bearcat and all that. Remember, Olivia? How did it feel when the Bearcat rolled up outside your house? Not verbatim by
Mhm.
word, but yeah.
Yeah.
How did it feel when the Bearcat pulls up? You see the drone flying out your back door. You're running around the house in your gloves, panicking, throwing garbage everywhere but your house. Boom,
Yeah.
Bearcat out front. My heart would fucking sink. That's worse than the knock, 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 FBI. Hey, you purchased something on Amazon, you and thousands of other people, and we need to question you now. Whoa, Bearcat's a whole different level. So they recorded the conversation with my phone and informed them I would be recording our conversation. They were fine with it. Redacted said she had been speaking with Redacted about the questions she was asked, one question being if she had ever seen Brian with anyone else. Redacted told me they did remember a time when they returned home and said they saw Brian sitting on the stairs leading up to his apartment. And I can just picture that stairwell leading up there to that apartment next to a male. Now, we haven't heard about him having a lot of
Mhm.
friends, and if he did have friends in Pullman, none of them have come out and claimed being friends with Brian Pullman or Brian Pullman, Brian Koberger. You know, we've heard from a couple of people who claim they were uh, attending WSU, right? Knew him in that fashion, but not like
Mhm.
friends, right? Like, hey, I hung out with a guy a couple of times over the couple of months he was here.
So he
Anyway,
knew a biker. I'm looking at the
that's what
description.
I'm.
Sorry.
Exactly. So right. So, but he knows a biker for. Let me. Oh, we'll get there. Okay, hang on,
Yeah. Sorry.
hang on. Let me go get ahead of myself and my thoughts. My thoughts are racing ahead of my. Yeah, never mind. It's a
Mhm.
struggle. So Redacted told me they did remember a time when they returned home and they saw him sitting on the stairs leading up to his apartment next to a male. And they described him, the male, as having light brown skin, a sleeve tattoo on his left arm, wearing a sleeveless shirt and shorts. Now, no shade against tattoos. There's nothing really uncommon about a sleeve on your arm, but it makes you wonder, especially reading on. Said the male was riding a dark color blue or black Harley type motorcycle, but they don't say it's a Harley. They say it's a Harley type, so some sort of hog.
Mhm.
Um, Redacted said the motorcycle was not a sport bike, but was very loud. Redacted said he and Redacted both noticed they stopped talking. Oh, noticed Brian and the male talking, but said as they got closer, both Brian and the male stopped talking and looked at them. So as the couple approaches, Brian and his friend, they stop talking and then they just look at them and recognize they're there. And then Redacted said Brian acknowledged them and asked how it was going. Redacted said it seemed as if Brian was acting overly nice.
Hmm.
I think he was overly everything, though. If he was nice, it was overly. If he was questiony, it was overly, right? Like we saw with the cop at the traffic stop, it was just on and on and on. Was he? We also heard that other guy claim that when he come down the mountain and he met Brian going up the mountain at dusk, Brian acted like they were best friends and they'd only met at the pool party. He said it was just odd.
Or it to me that wasn't his normal demeanor, and they
They didn't
described
know him
it
that
as
well, though.
overly nice.
They look.
Yeah.
They don't know him that well. And here's the thing about anybody who does have something to say about him in Pullman: the ones that were with him like every day in the classroom are going to know him better because I don't think he had a lot of friends outside that classroom. He was literally only there for a couple of months, and it appears from what everything I read about, because I'm studying this dude. I've been studying him
Mm.
since before Ramslin's going to get her hands on him, and it seems like everything he did was overly. That's not even the right word, but I mean it was always too much, right?
Right.
If he was nice to you, it was going to come across as too much. If he was questioning authority, it was going to be too much. He just didn't know when to stop. I don't know. That's just the vibe I'm picking up from Brian Koberger. So, but her to say that she thought he was acting overly nice, she very well could have perceived it that way. But was that his normal demeanor, right? Or we don't know. I don't know dude's baseline, and that's what I've been trying to
No.
get. That's what I've been trying to form as a baseline on Brian Koberger, and it's hard because we don't have a lot of footage. I'm
Mm-mm.
not going to come out here and profess to be some body language expert. Look, he scratched his fucking nose. He's hiding something. I can't with that shit. I cannot. Oh, that phrase means this or that. Across the board, sweeping. All of y'all say that phrase. Guess what? No. No, 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 no. Use your scientific brains, people. Does anybody have the ability to read all that per person? It's going to differ per person, in my
Well,
opinion.
not just that,
In
that
my humble
everyone's
ass
just making
opinion.
those. Yeah, because no one knows. Like, no one's really seen like the real him. Only what people have
No.
said.
Just
So no one, there's no baseline anywhere
well,
to.
there isn't a way, okay? Because we do have reports of things that went on at the high school. We have Brian Koberger himself talking on Tappa Talk, giving me a lot of information right there.
Hmm.
And if people would have listened to those very real Tappa Talks, Brian Koberger gives you a lot of information and insight into Brian Koberger. Kind of like with Lori Vallow, sometimes we people don't want to do that deep dive because then it feels
Yeah.
like we're excusing their behavior when we're totally not. I don't understand that surface level. I don't like. I'm so not a surface level person. I see beyond
Yeah.
that, right? And so that's where I'm
Hmm.
at with Brian Koberger. I'm past that with Lori Vallow. I'm shutting the door on that one. I got her all figured out. Goodbye, ma'am. Like there's seriously nothing left to even for me to wonder about with that one. But this one,
Yeah.
he's different. I got in that head one time and I seriously had to like, the vibe is not cool in here. I didn't like it. It fucked me up for 3 days. I had to go lay down and take a nap, and it was hard. It was heavy. Let me just put it that
Yeah.
way. It was super heavy because it's not a. This was not a good mind to want to be in. I think that was part of his
Hmm.
struggle. He knew there was something wrong with him. Is that why he ended up doing a plea deal? Because he knew he could. He's not going to be able to fight it forever. Let's give it up and go be Hannibal Lecter in a cage and talk. I don't
Yeah.
know. I could have it all wrong.
That one don't need to be let out again. Not
Oh,
the
God,
way what
good
he's
Lord.
doing, because
Put
he
that
would
man in
do
that
it
little
again.
steel middle cage in the room that we saw in that little video, the way we heard Rick
Hmm.
Allen was done.
Yep.
Okay, so back on track. So they both noticed the men were sitting there talking, and as they approached, they stopped talking, and he was acting overly nice. And then the couple said they walked away to their apartment. Brian and the male were still silent and did not continue their conversation. Redacted said he saw the male get up and heard the motorcycle start, but did not see him drive off. The couple said this was the only time they ever saw this person or saw or heard the motorcycle. Excuse me. The couple said Brian seemed like a quiet person and they remembered meeting Brian's dad when Brian moved in. Yes, you did. Are you the ones that your husband? So Brian's dad, allegedly, we had always heard this. When he goes to help Brian move in, well, first, mom writes a big ol' ass article for that forum she's on about her baby at the age of 27 moving away from home for the very first time across the country to Washington from Pennsylvania. She literally wrote shit about it. Then
Mm.
daddy takes him to Pennsylvania to drop him off like a good daddy, get him all moved in and tucked in, and ask the
Mhm.
neighbor, hey, this is my son, Brian. Doesn't make friends very easily. Can you be his friend? He's almost 30 years old. Sure, daddy. Then he invites, yeah. Okay, so that's what's going on there. Which no shade. I mean, go make friends for your child, but it's weird
Yeah, that at that age.
at that age. Like my 30-year-old would have been like, "Mom, seriously, fucking
Hey, can you
seriously."
mind?
let me
Yeah.
let me do this. I got my I may not like the people you want to hook me up with, I may not want to be friends with. You don't ever
Like
y'all know what I'm
stay
saying.
in your lane. Stay in
Yeah,
your
it's
lane, mom.
weird. It's weird. It's like they have to baby him to the point where mom's gotta write a big old post about her baby leaving home at 27, and daddy's gotta help him get there. I get helping your child move and all the things, but with Brian Koberger, it's weird when we learn more about him. And then the fact that dad felt compelled to make some friends with your neighbors for you. When Brian moved in, Redacted said Brian's dad was very talkative. Well, we saw that in the damn police footage when he's talking about to the cop. When Brian's like, "We're
Mm-hmm.
going to get Thai food," and Dad's like, "Oh well, we just left that big shooting down in Washington, and all that happened." So the couple
Yeah.
said Brian's car was always clean and neat. So that's prior to the murders, even on rainy days. How would they know what? Do y'all study your neighbors' cars like that, or the cars in the parking lot of the apartment complex? Do you study them to the point where you know that?
On rainy days, what is he outside with the cleaner washing his
That's
car
weird.
in the rain? I mean, without looking at the car inside,
Were they in
that's
his car
hard.
all the time? Did he offer them rides? Did they walk
Right.
past and gawk inside the car every time they walk past? I mean, I get you're gonna walk past and you're gonna glance at the car you're walking past so you don't run into it. Are you gonna be seeing inside of his car each time and noticing that dude's got a clean car? That dude's got a clean car. What? Weird. Um, but what date was this they were interviewed? Hold on. When did they start noticing clean car? December 30th. This was after the homicides. How did they know it was even on rainy days? Damn, that's weird to say about the rainy days. Maybe because when it rained there, vehicles got real dirty on the bottoms because they have salt and shit with the snow. I don't know. I don't live in a snow region.
Mm.
So I wouldn't know if like that's a whole thing. Do y'all know what I'm saying? Okay, so Brian was a quiet person, dad was talkative. Brian's car was always clean and neat, even on rainy days. Hmm. Redacted said Brian would often park his car right in front of their bedroom window, and they would notice the headlights when he came and went. The couple did not notice when and if Brian changed the plates on his vehicle. Redacted looked through his phone and thought of the night of the murders. He probably went to bed around midnight. He did not remember seeing lights from Brian's car or knowing if Brian was home or not. So Brian was not a person because my brain automatically went to my
Yes.
headlights when it even came on until I backed
Mm-hmm.
out of my spot. Why? Because I don't want my headlights in my neighbor's window.
Same.
But is that a woman thing, Butterfly?
I don't know, because when I was working, I would leave at like 5 in the morning,
Right?
and so the people across the street, I would park backwards. I would always turn my lights off before, not turn them on until I was already, in the road. So I don't
Right.
know.
So you don't want to. Right. I get it. Um. So would Brian have thought that night not to use the headlights as to alert the neighbors in the other nights he didn't care? Or was he really not gone all night on other nights? Like sightseeing and
Mm-hmm.
shit because he couldn't sleep? Was that all just a bogus lie? He's always up in the apartment getting down with his K bars and his kickboxing stunts, practicing moves for months. There was no stargazing. Well, there was that one time because that one guy saw him. So maybe there was. There was that one time. So Redacted mentioned on another occasion seeing Brian return home around 1 and said he was wearing dark clothing, had on a dark colored backpack. That's 1 a.m. And when they said hi to him, He seemed pretty short with them. Redacted did not remember that what day this occurred, but said it was not the night of the murders. And then Redacted said she worked late hours often and would also see Brian returning home around the same time she would, around 1 to 2. Okay, so maybe he was out riding around doing his thing. Oh, I'm sure 23 times near the home of 1122 King
Mm-hmm.
Road.
And all in black.
Apparently. Yeah, he liked to surveil at night, right? No stalking, but he liked to surveil at night. We thanked Redacted Couple. We're gonna, well, we should have been calling them Redacted Couple the whole time. Now we're
Mm-hmm.
again for. We would like to thank Redacted Couple for their time and told them to contact us if they remembered anything else. Our conversation with Redacted Couple was recorded and booked on DVD and into the MPD evidence file. I wonder if we can get that conversation. We have all the information needed to obtain it. So I cheated and jumped ahead to the last batch of documents earlier. And I was like, whoa, they were looking into shit as of just a few weeks back. But with that said, let's get on with our in order. No, I don't want my screenshots. No, don't do that.
Well, with
Wait,
this history of breaking into people's houses, it makes you wonder how
right?
many others he was
Well,
trying to do that
so the
to.
history you're speaking of, what we learned that in the Patterson
Mm-hmm.
book, right? Is that where that came
Yeah.
from? That
I don't know.
Yeah, it was the Patterson book. So, the friends talking about him breaking into the dad's home,
Yeah.
and so that's
Mm-hmm.
where that came from, and of course, the that's not confirmed, but yeah, that's 2 times though. So the neighbor, Jeremy's mother, who when she went to the jail to go visit her son Jeremy, Koberger broke into her home, stole the iPad and stuff, and then Jeremy Sabo's parents' home, Koberger allegedly broke in there. What, 19 was at that time frame? Had been hiding in
Mm-hmm.
the trees, stalking the house. He knew his way around the woods. He was always hanging out up there with Jeremy and the other guy. Yeah, and then Mr. Sabo suspected what there was uh, knives taken there and prescription meds, I
Mm-hmm.
believe, and was there something else? I can't remember now. There's a lot of shit has been happening with this dude. But yeah,
Well,
so this
he's been
history
doing it since then. He's
in
been
the trees.
perfecting it.
Yeah, so he was like, was he honing his surveilling skills, right?
Yep.
Because if you want to stalk a person digitally, you're going to get into trouble. It's a law. But you got to, if you're
Mm-hmm.
going to do it, you got to do it like he was doing, using the VPNs and the wiping tools. But you also got to put the legwork in too, if you're legit doing that. Which reminds me, we
Right.
just had the anniversary. It's Rebecca Schaefer. The reason we have stalking laws in this country, the young actress who was gunned
Oh,
down by a stalker at her front door. Or she wait, did he stab her or did he shoot her? God, it's been so long, and I just saw the update the other day, and I was so surprised that it was actually the anniversary of her death. Because I remember when it happened, and I was like, damn, it's been that long already, made me feel like super freaking old. I'm not even gonna lie.
yeah.
I couldn't believe it. And it made me think back though about things that were happening 30 years ago and how they happen today, and look at the difference in the level. Instead of stalking them and just like calling them on the phone and sending a message, they're like showing up at their houses and they're hiding in trees and wiping their datas and all this craziness, man.
Yeah, she was killed on my birthday
Was she?
on July 18th. I'm looking it up right now.
Okay. Was Rebecca Schaefer, wasn't that her name? Did I have it, at least
Mm-hmm.
that part right? Yeah.
Yeah. And she was shot.
Yes. And I think she'd already filed a complaint against this guy or something. He'd already tried to contact her. And
Mm-hmm.
then he shows up at her damn front door and he gunned her down because he was just obsessed with her. And there was no reason. He didn't even know her. That's the sad part. Didn't even know her.
Mhm.
Just thought he could. She was young. She played on what's the show? I can't. Um, it had Pam Dauber in it. My Sister Sam. There was a
I
TV
think
show.
so, yeah.
Yeah, she was
Mhm.
in that TV show. hmm And they fought to get a lot of stalking laws passed after Rebecca's death. And as far as like being able to report it and having something done about it and things like that. So, all right, let me pull up the screen for you guys. Enough babbling about stuff.
Yeah,
Uh,
she was 21 when she was
21
killed.
years old. I mean, that's so I knew she was young. And what year did it happen, Butterfly? It's been 30 years, girl. I
Let's
can't
see.
remember all this shit. Got a lot of stuff
I
in
know,
this.
right?
I got a lot of stuff in this brain to retain.
89.
Wow. Oh my God. My daughter Rhiannon was a year old in 1989. I
Wow.
was 22 years old in
Yeah, she was
1989. I just
born
aged
November.
myself. I don't give a shit. I didn't care when I was 40. When I turned 30, I was like, why are women depressed at 30? I'm not getting it. 40 came. I'm like, and I just had a baby. I was like, why are people
Mhm.
depressed at 40? I'm not getting it. I'm still not getting it. I just had a birthday. I'm good. I don't ever think
Yeah,
about that. I don't ever think about stuff like that until somebody reminds me. I'm like, oh, well, I am, but I don't feel old.
she was born November 6th, 1967. What this said.
19 what?
67.
Hmm. Okay, so this is from Officer Brett Payne. Just looking at the time. I've got something to do later. Okay. And the screen is up, right? Yes, it is.
Mhm.
Okay. On
Yes.
November 3rd, 2022, at approximately 20:39 hours. Here, okay. Redacted. And that is going to be Molly, the DoorDash driver. So, DoorDash driver came to the Moscow Police Department to be interviewed about her presence in the area of 1122 King Road during early morning hours of November 13th. Um, Molly was identified as being in the area through records obtained from DoorDash via a search warrant and was confirmed as being in the area based off of a Google geofence warrant, which was obtained as a result of this investigation. So Molly shows up in the geofence warrant. Wow.
Hmm. Not
Wow.
on video.
Didn't surprise. I didn't even think about that until I'm over there going off about these damn geofence warrants. And look, there's the DoorDash. I was a DoorDash driver back then. Wow, I could have showed up in a fucking geofence warrant because I delivered your ass a hamburger. Thanks a lot, killer. Wow. I don't want to be a witness to anything because I was a DoorDash driver. I turned the other head. I'm like, no. Unless I witness
Right.
something bad, then I'm going to do
Yeah.
not that person. But if it's minor shit, I'm minding my business and staying in my lane.
Yeah.
So they obtained a geofence warrant, and Molly was captured within the geofence warrant. Um, I was accompanied by FBI Special Agent Skelton. I wonder if that's when they reached out to Molly and she's like, okay, yeah, I was there. I was a DoorDash driver. Or did Molly come forward and say, hey, heard on the news this happened, and I
Mhm.
remembered I was delivering a delivery over there that night? Or did she only come forward? That was always a big thing in this case. We always heard the DoorDash driver came forward 2 weeks after the crimes. Like the police didn't know right away about this DoorDash driver. So I
Well,
wonder
she yeah,
if
I
her
know. Did
if
they
her
get
name
that
popped up.
information that quick?
Did they reach out to her once her name popped up in a geofence warrant?
Mhm.
Right? And then they started looking. Well, you're a DoorDash driver. Well, yeah, I was in that area. I was delivering DoorDash to where? To that house. What? Can you imagine? What? to that house. What time? Are you serious? Can you make that shit up anywhere else but Idaho 4? No, you cannot. And then reading the reports. So when I jumped ahead to that last batch, the cops absolutely looked into that damn. Remember when I got brought you guys? We reviewed the Molly's body cam recently of her arrest,
Mm-hmm.
where she's talking
Yes.
about being the DoorDash driver and how she saw Brian. The
Right.
cops knew. The cops pulled all the information and reviewed it because of that quote.
Mm-hmm. They
Apparently,
probably were just making sure that her statement to them was the same as what
but
she
that it
gave them.
matched up. But here's the
Mm-hmm.
thing. So that night when the officer was patrolling in the Ford Fusion, the white Ford Fusion, Molly was also looking for 1122 King Road. She says she went to the back. She drove around Queen Road. She goes all the way to the back dark parking lot. She even gets out at one point and moves around. She goes back to her car. She ends up going to the front of the house and dropping the food off. But she claims that she saw a Coburger. Did she see that white Ford Fusion as it was making its loop through the neighborhood and think that could have been the car? We don't. I don't know yet. I haven't done. I haven't. I got there. I know there's more about Molly in the documents, so we'll get there to unpack them. But I do know that the cops did pull all those records from that stop and review them, and that was recent in the documents. And they also looked up Dateline leaks stuff. I was like, oh, okay, I got to go back to the where I was and quit jumping ahead, for I confuse myself. Um, Yeah, Carrie, if we're gonna, yeah, we'll get those calls. They're numbered and labeled and itemized in here, so it's easy to reach out for your request wise. We got to be patient, let the great unsealing happen, and then need to be real specific about what we do for your request, right? I would be anyway. I will be. Let me put it that way. And I have a running list of things I find important, and we'll go from there. But yeah, those now Florida would have already released them, right? Y'all know that, huh,
Yeah.
Stearns? You can cry. You can cry to your parents all day long and twice on Sunday in Florida. And Casey Anthony knows too. Shit, we saw every fight her and her mama and daddy had at the
Mm-hmm.
jailhouse on phone, video phone. Casey's raging face going off on her mama and daddy, and Cindy's, I'm going to kill you, Casey face happening. All of that shit. We saw it all before her trial. And she still walked away. Brian Koberger wouldn't have got so fortunate. His lawyer wouldn't have been so good and the state wasn't so unprepared. The state walked in all arrogant in that Casey Anthony case and thought they had something with some smelly shit. God, wish they could have done better. I really wish they could have done better
Mm-hmm.
for Casey to go down for what she deserved to go down for. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
thing with circumstantial evidence. The Casey Anthony case is the perfect freaking example of circumstantial evidence case gone wrong.
Yeah.
Gone wrong because the prosecution blew it. And that's
Yeah.
my opinion, and I will die on that hill because I watched the trial and I called it halfway through it. We're done here. This lady's going to walk, and it's so obvious. And I accepted it when it happened, and I walked away from the case. I hear tales she's been cited here and yonder, and people let it get under their skin, but
Yeah.
I don't give it a second thought. I'm like, Jesus and her's got some shit to work out one day. Y'all calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Let her go pretend she's living in fantasy land. It's okay. Eternal hell's pretty bad from what I hear. I said it.
Yep.
You don't go to heaven if you kill people. Lori's
Yep.
Jesus might tell you that, but my Jesus does not tell me that.
They're all gonna end up in the same place.
Well, I guess if you stand there at the pearly gates and you ask for that eternal forgiveness, they say he will forgive you, but you better damn well ask for it specifically for what you did. You can't just go in with a broad ass, sorry for everything I did statement. You better get specific.
Or deny it like Lori. I didn't do nothing. I'm not
That's okay.
responsible for
Eternal
anything.
hell lives for goddesses
Mm-hmm.
like Lori as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not worried about her finding peace in the righteousness of heaven. She's not going to enter no pearly ass gates.
Mm-mm.
Not on my watch. Not on Jesus's watch either. He's like, ma'am, I tried to pull you back in. Charles tried to pull you back in. Shit. Nancy Joe. Damn good interview, by the way. Let me shout out. Who did anybody see Nancy Joe's interview? Butterfly, did you get to watch it
Yeah.
yet? Sorry, y'all, I got
Mm-hmm.
sidetracked. I sidetracked myself. Y'all know I will. So that was an excellent interview. What was it?
Mm-hmm.
Nate Eaton.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Nate
Yes.
Eaton did an interview with Nancy Joe, and it was all about her testimony and things of that nature with the Lori Vallow case. So you guys go over there, check that out on the East Idaho News. Nate Eaton, great interview. If you know, you know. Um, don't flatter yourself, Lori. Don't flatter yourself, heifer. Okay, back to the document, I promise. And thank y'all for putting up with me getting all sidetracked and stuff. Y'all call me out in chat. I won't care. I'll listen.
We're all here for it, Salty.
I won't be offended if y'all start calling me out in chat. I promise I won't take my toys and leave the playground. Um, okay. So Redacted told me she worked for 12 to 18 hours on the night of November 12th to the 13th and received 3 orders in the King Road area. So Molly's working on that night and she's already received 3 orders in that area. And that's odd for me to think a DoorDash driver would have got lost at King Road to start with. And I'll tell you why. Because the first thing you look for is the damn address. And it was literally right above the front door. Right there. Perfect. Beautifully displayed. You couldn't ask for a better one. And I can point out all the horrible ones. Y'all fix your signs. If y'all get deliveries, please fix your house numbers and make sure. Do a drive-by. Make sure it can be seen clearly and efficiently if you want your shit on time. Don't complain when it's not. Go figure out why it's not. Text your driver and say, was everything okay? Did you
Mm-hmm.
not, were you not able to find my house? And could I be kind enough to say, well, no, ma'am, your big flowers were blocking the view of the numbers. It took a minute. Sorry. Would you accept it? Probably not. Smart ass DoorDash driver. I'm taking my tip back. Think about it, people. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, but given that, I feel like if you DoorDashed in that area a lot and you delivered there in that a lot, and we heard from Xana's friends that Xana was the DoorDash queen, constantly ordering the DoorDash. I feel like, well, I feel like I'm gonna know where that house is at as soon as that address pops up. I'm gonna know where that house is at. But Molly couldn't find it for a minute. But okay, whatever. Molly may not be that bright. I don't know. But here Molly is, got 3 orders on King Road already. 2 of the orders were at the Queen Road apartment complex, which is immediately to the east of King Road House. Yes, the big brick apartments. Molly said the delivery at 1122 King Road was her final order of the evening. So for Molly to cash out and get paid, she's got to drop the food off, confirm the drop off. Did you hand it to the customer or did it no contact? You got to confirm which one it was. And once you do that, confirm the drop off, you can get paid out and you can clock out and go home. They stop tracking you once you do that and close that app. I don't know when Molly did that final process, right?
Mm-hmm.
She had to confirm her drop off. So then Molly said she could not find the 1122 King Road address as the address number was hidden by the porch light, which caused her to remain in the area approximately 15 minutes. Okay, so if the light blinds it at the other angle, you probably can see it, or at least pull up in there and see. So far, it's not that house, not that house, not that house. That's the apartments. It's got to be that house.
Mm-hmm.
15 minutes later, Molly also stated her Google Maps told her to go to the parking lot immediately behind 1122 King Road. Now, there's been conversation out there for 2.5 years that the drop off happened at the back door. And I'm like, no. Nobody's going to walk around that house unless they actually know the people well and they always walk around back for them and drop it off on the table whatever. But no, not happening. I'm not walking around behind your house. I don't
Mhm.
care where you live. I don't know why you want me behind your house. Are you kidding?
Exactly.
Are you, why you want me back
That'd be
there?
my first question.
I only had that one customer I did that for, and that's because he was wheelchair bound and he had the ramp back there and blah blah blah. But that was
Right.
the only house I would do that for. Everybody
Right.
else was like, don't, not today,
Exactly.
Bubba.
I'll
Mm-mm.
leave it at the end of your driveway because I am
How
not
about
going
you
back
go get
there.
it
Yeah.
yourself? I don't care if you got to walk at this point, but I'm not coming in that
Right.
backyard.
Mm-mm.
All right. Molly initially stated and so her GPS is telling her to go to the back, and back there it's super dark. So if she got out back there, damn Molly, you're brave because it
Right.
was dark. I wouldn't have done it. My
Mm-mm.
doors would have been locked and I would not have gotten out of my car back there in that super dark. There's no house back there, but the back of a house. It's a giant apartment building. What are you doing back there for 15 minutes, Molly?
Yeah.
I'm so confused. Maybe we'll find out more later. Molly didn't seem to. Here's the problem with this whole thing. Hang on, I can't talk. The two witnesses they had that could place Koberger, if you will, anywhere near this scene was Molly, the DoorDash driver, and Dylan Mortensen, the drunk girl.
Mm.
Wow. Two witnesses that could easily be torn down credibility wise on a witness stand. That's your
Mhm.
two witnesses placing Koberger anywhere near this scene or circumstantially near the scene. Bushy eyebrow guy in the house with dark clothes, white car I passed by when I was delivering some DoorDash. But they're both easily taken down on the witness stand.
Yeah.
All that had to be taken into account for Bill Thompson. And he's not going to come out and say that. Well, look, my two main witnesses were sketchy. Oh, Dan Taylor's only takedown could have been of those two, and maybe some of the evidence. We'll see. Apparently, Ann didn't think she had enough, or she wouldn't have been like, "Take a deal, dude." Right? Even
Yeah.
with even with the takedown of her only two witnesses, would that have been enough? No, because she could have. She run the risk then of looking like a total ass and not gaining sympathy from the jurors. Right?
Mhm.
Ann Taylor come in there and just went all hardcore at Dylan Mortensen and tore her little butt down on the witness stand. How would the jury perceive that? And Ann Taylor knows that. Once reality set in for Ann, she's like, yeah.
Mhm.
All the normal motions aren't working, so we got to go get the big guns. Break out that ink pen, not the jail pen. Okay,
Not the
so
bendable pens.
she spends 15 minutes there approximately, and then she says that Google Maps told her to go behind the house. She initially parked in the front of 1122 King Road and could see a female in the top left window, third story bathroom. So if she initially parked in front of the house and could see that, was she parked sideways, horizontal, and just pull up in front and stop and look out her passenger's window toward the house? Or did she pull in straight forward, headlights hitting the house? But she sees somebody, she says, in the window of the third floor. She could see a female in the top left window, the third story bathroom. Molly said she saw the same female a couple more times in the same window and she would duck down when Molly looked at her. She was probably wondering what the hell you were doing out there, Molly.
Right.
Could think about that for a moment. You're in your house and you're chilling and you look out your window and there's a car and it's just sitting there. I'm looking out my window. What the hell's it doing? If I think you're looking, guess what? I'm fixing to pull. You ain't seeing me. You might be a killer. That's like my avatar. I'm peeking, but you're not gonna see me peeking.
Mhm.
So the female ducks down a couple of times. So Molly's out there long enough, 15 minutes approximately, to sit there in front of this house long enough to see a female in a window a couple of times, not just once. That's weird. Molly then said she drove to the back parking lot behind the home. That's weird. She stated she could see the back courtyard area behind the house and noticed all of the lights were on. She stated her map told her to walk into the back of the house, but she did not feel comfortable doing so because there was no path. She said she started to walk down the road, which runs north and south immediately to the east of the residence. That's the little tiny road between the house and the Queen Road apartments. So Molly legit gets out of her car back there in the dark and walks down that little road when you were just sitting in front of the house and you saw a girl in the window.
Right. That's
Now you
just
make
weird.
now if I'm a cop, I'm like, ma'am,
Oh,
do you own a knife? I
right.
need your search history. We need Molly's search history, Amazon purchases and all. Did she show up in a geofence warrant for K-bar purchases anywhere across the country? Damn it, Molly. Don't make us have to throw shade at you, girlfriend. I've had your back
Not
from
just
day one.
that,
Didn't even know you, and I've had DoorDash drivers back from day one. Jesus, I've tried to scream how it worked from the beginning, but no one wanted to listen. They said this
but
is how.
there's also no way that I would have anyone be able to look in my window at night. Like mine would be curtains closed. Like you wouldn't be able to look in. I don't care
Well,
where
if the
you're at.
light is on, is she seeing a shadow? Is she seeing a figure? How can she even tell what color hair? She's going to claim what color hair and all they have eventually, I think. And
Hmm.
it's like, how do you see all that? You couldn't see the door knock. You couldn't see the house numbers because of the light
You can
reflection.
see the window. Yeah.
You can see everything else and still not realize you're at the front door. Go drive to the back and then
Everything but.
get out in the dark back there and walk. You could have been a victim,
Mhm.
ma'am.
Right. Yeah.
Ooh, could have been a dude hiding in the trees eating damn Reese's.
Yep.
What if
Dressed
he
in
got out
black.
of his car and climbed in a tree, but there wasn't enough time for all that? See, I'm adding time, then there's not enough time for all that. Not enough time for all that business. But Kaylee did report seeing a man in a tree one time, watching her walk Murphy. We know that Koberger allegedly likes to climb in the trees and watch things.
Hmm.
Did you not think he'd be noticed if it was broad ass daylight? There's a man in the tree. That's weird.
Hmm.
You'd blend in better just walking amongst the college students as a college student. Huh, Koberger? Willing to drive? Mm.
I don't know
Willing,
about blending in, but
right? How well would he blend in? Eh.
with them bushy eyebrows and those eyes, I don't.
There's a lot of 30-year-old guys in college with bushy eyebrows. There's a lot.
Yeah.
So I guess depends on what. Some people thought he was normal, apparently.
Yeah.
So anyway, Molly said okay, wait a minute. Hang on one second. I need to get a drink. Right,
Oh
Pam?
yeah, Pammy.
If I see a grown ass man sitting in a tree, guess some shit's about to happen, right?
All right.
Man, one night I'm out in the backyard, and in my yard is pitch black at night, except for the far left side. There's a big street light out there, and we're in the country. And then my neighbor, she happens to have one on the same side of the yard. So that side of both of our yards is pretty well lit. But the whole other side, no, 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 no. It's dark. And I'm out back, I'm on the porch, I'm just sitting there, and it's late, and I hear the gate open. And when I turn to look, I can't see anybody, but I sense there's somebody there. I stood
Mm-hmm.
up, the back porch light was on. I rarely have it on because I can see better with it off. It will blind me if it's on, and I won't be able to see well
Mm-hmm.
enough. So it was on, and I couldn't see. So I stood up, and as I got closer to the back door, I saw a figure and could tell it was a man walking toward me. And I even
Oh.
said out loud, "Who the hell is that? What are you doing?" And the person didn't say a word. Girl, I was about to grab that
Mm-mm.
back doorknob and shit was about to get real serious real fast. And I said something again. And when I went, I realized it was my son's best friend. Girl,
Ooh.
I was like, dude, you,
Good thing you didn't have any. I can't
yeah,
imagine.
you don't know how lucky he got Butterfly. I was like, you don't
Yeah.
understand. What state do we live in?
Mm-hmm.
What state do we live in, Bubba?
Yeah.
I can stand my ground if I feel threatened at my home, in my home, on my property, whatever. And here
Yeah.
you are. And then I call out to you and you
Creeping
didn't say
around.
a word. He's like, I was like, don't ever do that again. Don't ever do it again. You'll learn. You'll learn the hard way, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so she noticed all the lights were on after seeing the girl, and then she goes to the back of the house. She said the maps told her to walk into the back of the house, and she didn't feel comfortable. There was no path. Molly said she started to walk down the road, which runs to the north and south immediately of the residence. Molly stated a tan sedan drove next to her while she was walking. So that's that tiny road. A tan sedan passed her.
Hmm.
And that would have been, remember, guys, this drop off happened 4 a.m. ish, 3:58. Yeah, 3:58. We're going to see Brian Koberger's car on Linda Lane, our leaked 1122 video, dateline and all. We've got it on the channel here. We see that car coming into the frame at the corner there when it was at 350, 356 or 358. 358, it's on Linda Lane. Holy hell, I got to compare this to some time. Where's Jeff? We got a timestamp. I got to write it down. It was 3:58 hours that that's when she's back there messing around. And I know where I know where the white car is on these time frames according to the footage, right? So, and at 4:04 he comes back to the residence again and enters the neighborhood. And that's when he goes back and makes his final loop before he parks at 4:08 back there where Molly's car is out back there sitting. Molly, what the hell? It's crazy how all that was at the same time happening. That's why everybody was like,
Yeah.
how did these murders even happen when there was a damn DoorDash delivery at the same time? It made no freaking sense. Okay. That meant people were awake in the house.
Mm-hmm.
If a DoorDash was just delivered at the same time they're claiming a murder was happening, somebody was awake in that damn house, right? We all figured that out early on.
Yeah.
So Molly notices all the lights and all the things that are happening, and so she's walking, and a tan car drives next to her while she was walking. Okay, then Molly said there was one male driver and noticed he did not look at me. She said he looked completely zoned and just drove by her. Like zoned out or just zoned in the like driving, focused on driving, don't want to run you over, but I'm just driving on this little tiny road. Molly later noticed, or later stated, the driver was white with blonde or red spiky hair. Also noticed the dome light in the car was on when it went by, and later told me that the male was wearing a light colored collared shirt. She's extremely exuberant for 4 a.m. in the dark,
Mm-hmm.
even if he had the dome light on. I mean, Karen Reed's dome light was on, and people still only saw one person. It depends on who you ask.
Right.
Damn, Molly. How good is Molly's memory if she says she saw Koberger, but the cops are saying where, right?
Right.
What did she? So let's see what else Molly told the police. Molly stated she walked back up to her car and drove back to the front of the home. Goodness, which at which point she saw the address numbers. So now she finally sees them from the other angle because the light's not blinding. Molly said she placed the order at the front door took a picture because you got to do that if you want to no contact. You makes you take a picture of the item and or where you left it, and then left at approximately 4 a.m.
So that food was cold by then. I would have been mad.
Right, when your DoorDash driver's out there messing around for 15 full minutes.
Walking around with your food.
Xana should have got an alert that the DoorDash driver was approaching. DoorDash driver's arriving, right? I know my
Mm-hmm.
customers would get those. They know I'm coming. They know I'm about to be there. They when I hit confirm that drop off, it sends them a notification confirming, yep, I'm done, drove away now. It's safe to go get your food. I'm not gonna hurt you. I don't got no funky diseases, all the things. I like contactless deliveries. I love
Yeah.
customers that like to get them handed to them because they're like usually super nice people, and I just chatted up with them and they like that. And but
Right.
those that just wanted to drop it off, hey, I got you. I'm not gonna let your shit get dirty or rained on or none of that. I got you. Don't worry. I'm fixing to hook
Right.
you up. People liked me as a DoorDash driver, but I'm a thoughtful person.
Unfortunately, they're not all like you, from what I hear.
Oh, I think about stuff like that. My customers,
Yeah.
I had this some, yeah, they just know, but you can't call and request your driver.
Yeah.
Contrary to popular belief, they were all like, "Oh, the DoorDash driver was there. They did it all. It was that's how these kids get their drugs is through their DoorDash driver." I was like, "What?
Oh
They're
gosh.
all drug dealers?" They're like, "No, they deliver through the DoorDash." So they were all convinced you could call DoorDash and summons up your DoorDash driver. It don't work like that. It just doesn't work like that. But okay, y'all do you.
Right.
Mm. You can't request me no matter how bad you want. I'll give you my number on the side though. We can work something out. I didn't want that responsibility either. Like, nah,
Right.
nah.
Be
I'll
bugging you
go
when you're
DoorDash when
resting.
I feel like it. Okay, this is not a necessity situation. It was for a little bit. It kind of was when I was trying to get the car finished off, but I was like,
Mhm.
nah, nah. If I don't feel like it, I don't feel like it.
Mhm.
Anyway, so she takes a picture at the front door and she leaves around 4 a.m. And like I said, at 4:04, we know the car comes back that final time. But before that, 3 times prior to that, it was already coming into the neighborhood and circling the Queen Road apartments, right? So I'm just trying to figure out exactly what time, Molly's chilling out back there and compare to what I see on Linda Lane. So I continue to question Molly about her time near the residence. She told me she walked down Queen Road at one point with her flashlight out. Now she's on Queen Road walking with her flashlight out. Molly can be seen doing so on the footage from, and I'm going to say that says 1112 King Road, the neighbor at the blue house with the famous leaked footage. Um, Why does Molly get out of her car? Does she park in front of King Road house and then walk down to the intersection, or is she parked near the intersection and walks up the road with her flashlight? And the camera sees her doing all this bizarre shit. What are you doing with your
I kind
flashlight?
of just
Looking at your car
I
all the
can
time,
just
girl.
imagine I can just imagine them watching the footage and like what they're thinking when they're watching it.
Right?
Like,
Are you not looking at your DoorDash driver now too? We got a surviving roommate that don't know what the hell she saw. Fireman carrying a fucking vacuum? Are you kidding me? What? The killer saw you and didn't do nothing? Okay, we got that situation happening over here. And now we got this DoorDash driver coming into the picture, walking around with a flashlight, spending 15 minutes in the area, going to the back and parking and admitting it. What do we got going on here, investigators? That's where I would have been with this shit.
right.
Maybe that was why
What
some
is
of the rumors were out there was, oh, the DoorDash driver did it. They're being investigated, right?
yeah.
Was that a leaked rumor locally that made its way nationally? And you know how the old saying, it grows taller on down the line. The story grows taller on down the line.
Mhm. Yeah.
So Molly gets out for whatever random reason and decides to walk down the road with her flashlight. Molly can be seen on the footage. Okay. She continues to tell me the female she saw in the upstairs bathroom window would duck down when she looked at her. Molly described her as having long brown hair. Stated she could not identify the girl as one of the victims. Now, did she see a damn shadow, a dark figure, or did she see blonde hair versus dark hair? How could you? Maybe she's got really great vision in that way, and the light was perfect conditions to notice the hair. Because the third floor belonged to the two girls with platinum blonde hair.
But then she says she dug down when she looked at her. So
But
whoever it was saw her looking at her, is what I
right.
take from
Okay,
that.
so now you're walking down the road with a flashlight too, still talking about the girl that was ducking down. So did you see the girl when you were parked and when you walked with your flashlight? Now you're freaking the girl out
Hmm.
for sure. Weird car
Oh,
sitting outside. Now a person with a flashlight walking down the street. I'd have went and made sure my doors were locked right then and there.
yep.
Everyone, boom, locked up tight. But that didn't happen. Maybe it did, and the back door was just snatched open. I don't know. Flimsy ass old damn sliders. Okay. So Molly says the person has long brown hair, and she stated she could not identify the girl as one of the victims. Well, of course not. You couldn't see no face. But then again,
Mhm.
and there's the bathroom on the second floor. You couldn't see from the front of the home, and that would have been a bathroom Xana chose to use. So
Mhm.
third floor was the two girls with blonde hair, Kaylee and Maddie. Subsequent investigation of in the front of, never mind, Molly, I don't know what you saw. So anyway, subsequent investigation of video footage and cellular data showed the tan sedan Molly saw was likely a light colored SUV which left the area. Video footage and cellular data
Mm.
showed this tan sedan leaving the area. Geofence cellular data, and I guess Linda Lane would have captured this car, this sedan, on video footage.
Mhm.
That means the camera that we see that's been leaked would have that timestamp. You would see this vehicle on it. Hmm. We may have to watch that on a members only live or something together. Be like, let's look for all
Mhm.
this stuff we read about in them documents. see if we
Right.
actually see, see if we actually see stuff this time instead of random craziness happening that's really not happening. That's interesting. Did they pull a warrant on this person and get obtain their cell data? I'm some like, where'd they get this cell data? I need to know. Moreover, it does not appear that she saw the white Elantra at any point during her time near the residence. Wow, Molly, are you messy? Messy Molly.
Isn't that what she said that she did on
She
the
said she
body
did. She
cam?
said I parked right next to Brian. I got to testify.
Unless
No,
they
she
didn't
said
tell
it.
her it wasn't
Mm,
him,
she
and
didn't say she
she just
parked.
assumed.
She hasn't told them anywhere yet that she parked next to anybody in this, what I would just
Oh
read.
yeah, that part. Yeah.
She
Right.
parked in the back in the dark after lurking around to the front, and then she ends up walking around with a
Mhm.
flashlight, sees a tan car pass her on the road, spiky hair guy, never mentions a car parked next to her or a car she parked next to. But
Mhm.
in the intoxicated video we saw,
She did.
I got to
Yeah.
testify against Brian in the murder trial. The college girls. I parked right next to him. I parked right next to Brian, she said. Well, the police did get that, like I said, to review it. And I bet Molly was talked to again after that. What y'all want to bet?
Mhm.
I'm an investigator. I got to have a word with my witness now. You going to perjure yourself on the witness stand, baby? Or what's that? So, did that play a part in this plea deal situation, too?
What was the date of that body cam? Do
Of
we
the one
know?
where she was
Like
pulled
how
over?
far, how long after? Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I'd have to look it up, girl. It was out on YouTube for 9 months before anybody realized it was out there, right?
Mhm.
And then that one little channel found it, and everybody thought that channel like FOIA requested it and got it. I was like, no, it's little Plunder realized it, right?
Mhm.
And I went and checked out her work, and I was like, well, damn, she's right. This has been right here all this time, and none of us knew it. So we verified who got it. It was that Axiom channel or whatever he calls himself that gets all the
Yeah.
footage. Anyway, we'll have to look it up and look at the date again. I don't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, that's what she says. And then the cops go back and they FOIA requested all of that information it says in that document that I read this morning.
Hmm.
The body cam footage, the reports, all of this investigation shit right there with Molly pertaining to what she said. I guarantee you they called Molly back in after that recent
Yep.
event and questioned her again about what she saw or didn't see. Now, see if this had went to trial, this absolutely would have been the kind of stuff that Ann Taylor went after because it would have been
Yeah.
all she had, right? And if you can discredit a witness in front of a jury who may not know who shouldn't know as much as we do,
Yeah.
it can go your way. We saw that in
Hmm.
Delphi.
Yep. I'm curious to see what they still have.
Who? These
That's
people?
still sealed that we don't have yet.
Oh, I know.
The sealed
I
documents.
know. And so we're going to be able to FOIA a lot of the body cams and the video, but just all kinds of different things that's going to be
Hmm.
coming out eventually with this case, I don't
Yep.
know. We'll see what all does come about it. So, anyway, Molly never says that she parks next to the. Well, she doesn't even mention seeing a white Elantra, right? Out on Taylor Avenue
Mm-mm.
or at King or Queen. Anything about it, just a tan. Now, did she mistake? Was Brian Koberger in the tan car? Did she mistake a tan car for a white car? I mean, she claims the girl in the window had dark hair. But how much can we trust Molly
Right.
to remember perfectly?
Hmm.
Because he's in the neighborhood at the same time she's back there parked. I'm telling you. He's circling his prey. I always called it that. It was so obvious from the Linda Lane leaked footage when that you see this light colored sedan circling its prey over there until that last time it dips behind those apartments and those lights go out. You don't see it again until it's captured at 420 speeding away at a high rate of speed. So I wonder if that was Koberger she saw. And he seems zoned in, right? Zoned out. We saw Koberger's got that crazy zoned in, zoned out look, which however you want to call it. I'm curious now.
Hmm.
Sure that car was tan, honey? Then again, you claim you parked next to the guy, so I don't know if I can trust her. Well, damn, Molly. We needed you to be a credible witness, not one we could take down so easily.
Right.
Grinder. Hmm.
Hmm.
What kind of delivery?
Didn't
Oh,
know
oh, I got you. Oh my God. I'm like, what kind of delivery? Listen to me. I'm like, what? Now
that. That kind of delivery. So.
I have walked up to some houses to make food deliveries and smelled some really nice things coming from these homes. I felt like saying, y'all want to do that in lieu of a tip?
Uh-oh.
I just smile and like here. Some of them come to the door. They're like, they don't care. It's Florida. We
Yeah.
don't care. We got a card. We got a card for that. Open that door and just let it roll on out at you. Like, damn, what y'all doing up in there? Y'all, no wonder y'all ordered so much food. I get it. Y'all call me next. Y'all get done and get later on. Y'all call me again. I'll be back. So then we're gonna go down to that one, guys. If I read one and you guys are like, ooh, I want to see that. Y'all do have the link to the website, right? We can we have it. I have it. I can link it into the community tab. And you can go to the website and pull these same documents, guys, and read them just like I'm doing here. I appreciate all you being here with me as I go through them and unpack them together. I love doing that with you guys. But also, if you want to go back and look at one again or jump ahead or mix around, whatever y'all want to do, I can post the entire website link. It is through the Moscow Police Department, like they said they were going to do. It is a public website, so you can go to it as well. Yeah, and they have all the documents right there, and you just click on them and get them and have at it. Okay, so let me look and see where we were. We were just down to the DoorDash driver. Okay, so now we come to where on report number 105, Mowry applied for the warrant for Brian Koberger's phone data, and it talks about the arrest in Pennsylvania. Let me see what it says. Let's see. Oh, wait. Almost did it backwards instead of doing it right. Miss Woozy. They just tried to. Okay, so it's medical here in Florida, and we just had it on the ballot back in November to try to recreational. One of the big, and it didn't pass, barely did not pass, unfortunately. But one of the biggest complaints by some Floridians and our governor was it was going to stink up our state. And we're all just like, what? Okay. I didn't plan on running around town just puffing away, but yeah, okay. What? Get out of here. That's your biggest complaint is like that's rich. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How ridiculous. I mean, I wouldn't do it in front of your babies. I'm not dumb. I don't want you getting drunk and acting a fool in front of my babies. And how dare you hit one of my babies because you're drunk? Because you're going to need an ambulance in a minute.
Right.
Just saying. But I wouldn't do that shit in front of your babies. I got respect. Might do it in front of your grown ass, but maybe not your baby. Public event and it's legal. Hell, you got that cocktail, I got my joint or my gummy or whatever. Trust me, I'm much nicer with my gummy than you are with that jug of alcohol in your hand, 10 foot tall and bulletproof. Buddy, sit down.
Right.
Let me pop one of these. Here, have one of these vitamin gummies. It'll go well with your cocktail. Have another one, America. No problems here.
Right.
Nothing to see here. Just the everyday average end of the day cocktail. My granny was a drinking woman.
Yeah,
So
my dad was.
I know what
But
I'm
he
talking
wasn't
about.
he wasn't a mean drunk. He was just
My
very
granny wasn't mean. She was the best granny on
yeah.
earth. But
Mhm.
my mom suffered because her mother was an alcoholic, and
Yeah.
my granny died young because she was an alcoholic, and I know nothing good can come of it, so I chose not to do the same.
Yeah.
All right, so this is report number 105, and it's on December 29, 2022. Based on the above information, the Latah County Court signed and ordered finding probable cause for the criminal complaint charging burglary, Idaho Code 18-1401, 1403, and 4 counts of murder in the first degree, Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, 4004, all felonies. A warrant of arrest is issued for Brian C. Koberger. On December 29th of 2022, Brian Koberger was arrested at his family's home, and it's redacted, Albrights, Pennsylvania. The same day, a Pennsylvania magistrate signed a search warrant for the residence, which included Brian Koberger's cell phone. Brian Koberger's cell phone was taken into evidence as part of the search warrant. Koberger's cell phone device is currently in evidence at the FBI Philadelphia Regional Computer Forensics Lab, located at, and it's redacted, so we could not Google the address if we tried. The phone data was extracted by FBI SSA Jeffrey Tanzola subsequent to the warrant being served. Oh, Anne brought you up in a document or two, didn't she, sir? On January 9, 2023, I received a hard drive from Tanzola, which contains a copy of the data extracted from the phone belonging to Koberger. The data is saved on a Seagate 2 terabyte external USB drive with serial number redacted and is labeled as Philadelphia RCFL evidence number 000434447. I'd like to get a hold of that. I applied for and was granted a warrant seeking the evidence from the hard drive provided by Pennsylvania, which contains a forensic image of Brian's. A forensic image. Was that what Dateline got their hands on? They couldn't have got his actual phone. Think about it. Thought about that.
Right.
Thought about that from the minute I saw the images on the screen. I was like, do we have a situation here where someone took photos of evidence on a table like they did in Delphi?
Hmm.
Or what's happening here? Forensic image of Brian Koberger's phone, which was stored in the secured computer forensics lab at the Moscow Police Department. Someone took a picture of those forensic images and they saved them for just the right time. Like, I've had enough of this Brian Koberger guy pulling everybody's leg. Let me show them.
Right.
I don't know what happened, y'all. At 15:50 hours on January 9, 2023, I served the warrant on the hard drive located in the forensic lab. Pursuant to the warrant, I downloaded the files to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. I completed the warrant, return, receipt, and affidavit. These documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I also left a copy of the receipt and the warrant with the drive. I wanted to get a look at these phone returns. Oh, goodness. I began examining the data for any accounts linked to the phone and Koberger with other electronic service providers, such as Facebook, Snapchat, etc. I located the following installed applications, website history, screenshots, and usernames, passwords associated with an electronic service provider. Oh, we had the Yik Yak app. There was a warrant for Yik Yak. He had the LinkedIn, of course. There was Reddit. There was a Reddit warrant. Plus, he was doing his little surveys over there on Reddit and posting his visual snow content stuff on Reddit. His Twitter account. Well, he had the Twitter app. There was an account on Twitter. We're not confirmed to be the real Brian Koberger, but it's been there a long time. Tinder. Now, there were Tinder warrants for Kaylee and Maddie, remember, because they both had the Tinder app. Kaylee appeared to be a little more active. Maddie's had not been active in a long time, but Maddie was in a long-term serious relationship. Dropbox, Washington Trust Bank, PayPal, YouTube. That's where he was watching all that Bundy content. TikTok, Musically, Amazon, of course. Then purchases are so important. Visa Prepaid Processing.com. He's using prepaid visas. Remember when some of those documents came out in the motion in limine that said that after the murders, Brian Koberger literally stopped using cash. I mean, stopped using his debit card. He started using cash, right? So he was no longer using his debit card. Brian Koberger wasn't using his debit card after the murders. After the murders, Brian Koberger's purchasing all kind of tire safety kit shit and a brand new spare tire for his car. And he's using cash, and he's got some prepaid processing.com stuff going on over here. Dude, were you getting ready to go on the run? That apartment was pretty bare, and he knew he couldn't fight that job loss at WSU, and he couldn't come clean with his mom and dad about all that. And he knew they were looking for this white Elantra. What are you about to do, buh? I'd be figuring a way out of here. When
Mhm.
to Meet, When to Meet app. Okay, I don't even know about that app. Did he get a gift card? Well, Pokemon, they said he bought the K bar with an Amazon gift card, right? Like he purchased the gift card apparently.
Was
And
the Visa prepaid like a gift card,
I don't
or
know. It's in the
it doesn't say
document.
specifically?
Right. It didn't say in the motion and lemony document that we have it was in. It just said that he purchased an Amazon gift card and then he made purchases on the Amazon with that gift card. And then
Hmm.
Olivia referred to that, remember, the gift card?
Yeah.
Um, so that's a good question, right? Was he using that prepaid processing center.com to do all that? I don't know. Okay. So Activision, Group Meet. So he's got When to Meet and Group Meet. Are y'all familiar with those? Um, Net Teller, Hulu, Instagram. Now, I can scroll and troll Instagram without following people. I can go view their profiles. Don't got to follow them. No connection. Hmm. Facebook, PSECU, Spotify, where he was posting his little rap videos that Olivia called him out on. For those of you who didn't know, wondering why she said something about his being a rap star, because he thought he was. He like literally wrote a rap song and posted it, and yeah, that's all been out there for a long
Mm-mm.
time. So she was so making fun of his ass. Booking.com, oh yeah. Where was he booking hotels at? He stayed at home and lived at home. Well, did he book a hotel and before he went and got his little apartment? No, I don't know. Booking.com and Travelocity. Those are interesting for a guy who didn't travel. I don't have those apps. I don't need them. I'm not going nowhere. Now, if you are prone to going on lots of vacations or you use these services all the time, then yay, whatever. But that's to me, I find that. Oh, we have the big Strava app. So they did a Strava search warrant, guys, and some of that got leaked. And the way this guy can jog, his times were pretty damn good, meaning he had agility. Meaning, Ann Taylor, your guy wasn't that clumsy after all. And then he had the NordVPN app. Mm. These electronic service providers may be storing data relevant to the investigation. Well, too bad he was wiping everything clean, which may have been deleted from the device. I will be requesting assistance from Latah County Prosecutor's Office to apply for warrants to these companies for any data from the accounts related to the following identifiers. I wonder how much of the data can be retained, what the companies retain versus what he wipes from his devices. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they were able to get digital images that he was browsing on his phone, but he was wiping clean. There was still a way to recover things, right? But they couldn't recover all the things, maybe. Hmm, that's a crazy document. Let me check chat. The dog just barked out too. I don't know what she's doing. I was sitting out back the other evening and this big rabbit just hopped across the neighbor's yard. He just sat there and chilled. I took a picture of him. I was like, "Hey, rabbit." He sat there and just looked at me for the longest time and just chilled in the backyard. By then, those chickens were up, and the cat like never came and messed with it. My dog was just like laying there and never noticed it. It was so cool.
You're like, it's chill here. I must stay.
Yeah, our yards have this really thick grass, and then we are adjacent to these fields, and they just seem to like it.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, never mind. Oh,
I
why is
wonder. I wonder.
hang on, there's like a noise. Hang on. I gotta go figure it. Hold on. Okay. The dog barked and then she like hit the front door. I don't know. She's never done that. And there's nothing out there. So I put her out in the backyard. Whatever it is, go get it. Okay.
She heard you say rabbit. She's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go look for that rabbit."
Yeah. I gotta go grab a water. This Coke is not gonna work. I'm like I'm going to choke. I gotta go get a water.
Uh-oh.
I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
don't choke.
Let's see, which one was this? Oh yeah, we're finishing this. And let me finish this. I'll go get a water real quick before I let the dog back in. Okay. These electronic service providers may be storing data relevant to the device being deleted. So we finished this one basically. So yeah, I was wondering if they were able to recover things from the providers themselves. Well, because everybody
Mhm.
retains different data on you.
Yeah.
Um,
Hopefully, we'll get to see what they actually got in the
right.
documents.
I mean, there's got to be allegedly now when. So apparently, when Fixler did that interview last night, um,
Hmm.
didn't he say that the Dateline got some things right according to Bill Thompson, but got some things very wrong? Like the digital images were real, apparently, that were leaked about what was searched on Koberger's browsing history from his phone, the college girls, but Maddie and Kaylee weren't in any of those photos. And he said that, according to Bill Thompson, the documents will show that the blood found upstairs, none of it belonged to Xana. So that theory that Xana ran upstairs and they know that because her blood was found up there is false.
Hmm.
I don't think Xana ever ran up those stairs. When Dylan said that she heard somebody run down the stairs and she thought it was Kaylee, she is unaware these girls are not the only ones in that house yet. She hasn't seen Brian Koberger yet. I think it was Brian Koberger running down the stairs. And that's when he runs into Xana. And she hears more noise at that point when this person comes down those stairs. And I'm thinking, well, we know it's not Kaylee because he just unalived Kaylee upstairs. And Xana, there's no evidence Xana ran up those stairs. So I don't think she got that far. I don't think she was in the kitchen and heard a noise and broke and ran up there.
Right.
I've always felt it in my soul that when Xana went toward the kitchen and dude's coming down the stairs and they run into one another. It made perfect sense considering
Him
the
running
layout of
down,
the
not her
house.
going up. Yeah.
Well, if you take into the account the girl got some damn DoorDash and
Hmm.
the way she has to go to the kitchen and the way he has to go to the kitchen to leave, boom, there we are, right outside Dylan's door.
Right.
Don't worry, I'm here to help you. What the hell?
Yeah, that's so weird. They said,
I know. Okay.
"I'm here to help you, but I'm dressed all in black with the
It's a
thing covering my
sadistic,
face."
well,
Yeah.
as far as
Horrible.
serial killer types go,
Yeah.
I can see him saying that, and it's a very sadistic, controlling thing to say. It's a weird, sick, twisted thing to do. That
Hmm.
tells you something about the character or the condition of the person who did it. To say that, I mean, to go that next level, to even say something, right?
Hmm.
Why say anything?
Right.
To torture a little bit more, maybe? I'll not have to ask experts,
Yeah.
but I don't know. It's sadistic and sick. Oh, darn it. Okay,
Did you,
now,
did
let
you
me do.
did you get your drink?
No, I'm about to go get it. I'm going to get this to download while I go get it because I almost went at this backwards. And I had to remind myself. And it's really hot outside. I don't want to leave the dog out there too long. I got to wait till later. She got mad at me yesterday because I made her come back in with me. I was like, dude, you cannot be out there right now. You know better. She'd be like,
Too
her
hot.
tongue would be hanging out. She'd be all, it'd be a whole thing. No, we'll go back out later in the evening when we can just sit and chill, do our thing. So
But
in
yeah,
my
Pammy,
yard here, you
I can
cannot get outside between 4 p.m. and really between 4:30 and 7:30. It could be pure hell on earth in Florida in my neck of
Mm-hmm.
the woods.
Same here.
That's when you're inside where it's cool, doing your dinner, doing your cat nap, whatever the hell you got going on. You never know with me.
Right?
I'm either eating or chilling out on my bed in the cool air conditioner, reading a document
Th-
somewhere.
These last few days, especially after last week, I kind of started um, redecorating my living room
Oh,
and
nice.
things. So yeah, kind of get my mind off things a little bit.
Yeah, that's always fun.
Hmm.
Okay, let me go grab a water and then I'll come back and start this document.
Yeah, Pammy, I can't even imagine having to look that dude in the eyes. Dark, very dark. Yeah. Rachel, my dogs would rather be inside. When I take him out, he'll go roll around and he's just ready to come back in. He's like, nope. Pokemon, I imagine you with one of those fire blasters in your garage.
Oh,
Did you get
goodness.
all the corners?
A Black Widow. Oh,
Yeah. Burn
gee.
it down, burn it down.
Right, just like set fire to it. All right, so this is Brett Payne, and this is document number 106. And this is an interview with Emily. She's the one that lived next door that Dylan called that morning. We see her and Hunter on the Amazon Prime special and some news segments that they've done. And this was on November 13th that morning. So remember, she and Hunter arrive, and he goes in, and then Emily ends up on the 911 call.
Yeah.
On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 13:49, so we're talking 1:49, 911 call went out at 11:59. What am I? Something is freaking this dog out.
We don't see anything on the screen, just so you know.
Oh shoot! Let me share with you guys. Dog distracted me. She needs to lay down, go sleep. Okay. If she bangs on the door again with her head, I'm gonna like, is somebody out there at my house banging on my door? Like it wasn't a knock. I'll go
Hmm.
outside. I'll go outside and walk around my house. I think I won't. What are you doing? Lay down.
You got to look out through the window, Salty. Don't be taking yourself out there.
Oh, girl, I got myself covered. I've got myself covered. I can see at all angles around my house. This dog is just standing here staring out my window. Okay. On November 13th, they respond to. They interviewed Emily Alon at the Moscow Police Department, referenced the quadruple homicide at 1122 King Road. I asked her what her relationship to the victims was. She told me Kernodle was her best friend and the others were all her close friends as well. After I collected her information, I asked her to tell me about her day on November 12th, which was the day before, which would have been the Saturday, all day Saturday. She stated she left the football game and then went to see friends at an apartment near hers on Taylor Avenue. The Taylor Avenue runs right in front of the King Road house there, between it and Sigma Chi. She stated she arrived at her apartment at approximately 20:30 hours. She lived at the Whites right there, the White apartments right there on Taylor Avenue. She stated she redacted, and all that's redacted. So there's a couple of them, and all went to sleep early in the evening on November 12th. So that's Hunter and Josie were there because they were all they all lived at the same apartment. So anyway, they all go to bed on November 12th. Stated they planned to go to the redacted lodge party, but they did not end up going. She stated that she and Hunter woke up at approximately 1, and then they stayed up watching TV until approximately 3 a.m., at which point they went back to sleep. She stated she woke up at approximately 10:30 on November 13th. Then she stated that Mortensen called her at approximately 11:51 in the morning and said last night around a.m. and I guess it should say 4 a.m. because we kept hearing on 4 a.m. It does. Last night, so the first thing Dylan starts out with is last night around 4 a.m. she heard and saw a man, and she and Bethany were locked in their room sleeping. And then she added she wanted Emily to come over and check the house because she was scared too. Emily
so who's
also
A?
what?
You know, it says it's redacted, but it starts with A, so that's Emily?
It's Emily Allant. It's just using her last
Oh,
name.
okay, okay.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
using her
okay,
last name. So if I say
okay,
she throughout this document, I'm going to be referring to Emily. But yeah,
okay.
it said she wanted Allant, which is Emily Allant, to come over to check the house out because she was too scared. Allant also said Mortensen heard Gonzalez scream and run up the stairs. A while later, Mortensen came out of her room and saw the man staring at her. Now, this is Emily's first take on what's happening here. Whatever Dylan's spewing out of her mouth at the moment. This is what Emily knows in that moment. So she's telling her so far there was a man in the house at 4 a.m. I got scared, locked in Bethany's room. Will you come check the house? I heard Kaylee screaming and running up the stairs. While later, Mortensen came out of her room and saw the man staring at her. Now, they made eye contact, according to Dylan, through the peak cracked door that she had open. Allant stated according to the PCA, the door was cracked, like barely cracked open, and that's how Dylan saw bushy eyebrows. Allant stated the man didn't do anything to Mortensen. Mortensen said she stayed locked in her room and she heard the side door close. What? Okay, so now we heard from the PCA he's walking toward the slider through the kitchen, leading investigators to believe the assailant departed through the back door, leading us to believe. Then we heard she sees him going out of the back door. Now we hear she also hears a noise. So was the door closed when the cops got there, right? We also read that the door was open when the cops got there. Did Brian Koberger take the time to close the sliding glass door? She heard it close, apparently, so she ran to Bethany's room. Now, when Bethany's texting with Dylan, Dylan's telling her, I see dark clothes. Bethany's like, could it have been Santa? No, this guy has a mask. Run down here now, fast. Nothing in the text about, I saw him go out the door and I heard it, unless we didn't get the
Right.
full text, right? if we got
Mhm.
chosen bits and pieces by defense and prosecution, because they both released text messages. Um, I don't think we got the full conversation anyway. So, is there more to that conversation? And they didn't that come out yet because they knew it was not going to look good on their witness, right? Why would she see and hear all that and fail to act?
Mhm.
It's a legit question when you're first investigating something. You need to know more. And now we know she was a big scaredy cat, fixated on bushy eyebrows to begin with, and yeah, drunk. All these things were happening.
Mhm. I mean, I know I thought that the first time I heard it, but then
Hmm.
you start hearing more and more and more
Well,
to it.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's normal and natural to question it, right? I think. But as we learn more, and
Mhm.
look, I still accept it, but still, as I learn more, I'm like, damn, girl, the burden you carry must be heavy.
Yeah. Still.
I, I, I can't. I can't. I'm trying with this one. So she ran to Bethany's room. I asked Alon if she asked Mortensen why she didn't call anyone that night. Yes, sir, investigator. That's an important question. Alon stated
Mhm.
Mortensen told her it was because she was intoxicated and didn't want to believe what was going on. You can't wish some things away. Mortensen also told Alon the man was wearing a mask and could only see his eyes and nose. Oh, now we can see his nose?
Your poor his eyes and bushy eyebrows.
Alon stated Josie went over to the house just before her. When Alon arrived, she stated she went upstairs but was stopped by Josie, who told Alon she didn't want to see it. That means Josie saw it, or is that Johnson, Hunter? Alon stated Johnson went over to the house just before her. I don't know if she went with Hunter or if Josie actually went ahead of her because Josie was over there too, and she's on the phone call, the 911 call. So I don't know which
Mhm.
one that is, guys. We'll see if we can figure it out later. So one of the two. Lay down, dog. Um, so told her she was stopped and said she didn't want to see it. Alant went back outside and the officers responded. I asked Alant if anything seemed out of the ordinary from what she saw. She told me there was a large party at the house on Friday, November the 11th. Alant stated the house was a mess due to the party, and it was. It was very noticeable from the beginning. We're like, would we have a bunch of messy college kids here, or was there just a big party? Because there's videos out there where the house, the girls seemed they were all clean. It was clean, right? The living room area, but pictures that were taken from the inside of that home from big lenses from outside, you could see the party that had happened in that house. Kitchen was a mess, living room was a mess, DNA scattered all over the place. Did someone cut themselves at the party and leave their blood drippings on the handrail and the stairs? I asked Alon if anything seemed out of the ordinary from what she saw. She told me they arrived, but there was a party on Friday. Okay. Alon told me she saw a knife laying on the floor at the top of the stairs when she went inside. Alon described the knife as a steak knife. It was later determined Johnson grabbed this knife when he entered the house. I guess that was Hunter telling her not to go up there, go in and see. Because as far as we knew, Hunter was the only one that did see the victims, Ethan and Santa,
Mhm.
other than Dylan and Bethany.
Yeah.
Allant stated she remained outside after she walked out of the residence until law enforcement arrived. She also stated she then came to the Moscow Police Department to be interviewed. I asked Allant if she knew um, who would commit the murders, and she stated she did not know. Alon added she and Kernodle were no longer redacted sorority members, which that's yeah. I asked her if there had been any stalking behavior or recent suspicious circumstances. Alon stated there had not been anything she could remember. She also stated there were no other conflicts with the other victims that she knew of. I concluded my interview with Allant after collecting the information. So you had to wonder if we. So the cops knew how the victims were killed, but we did not. Public did not. Roommates did not know. So take it like a murder suicide thing was probably off the table immediately, right? Or lovers triangle situation where, because of the brutality of the crimes and it would be more of a hardcore murder, and we got two surviving victims here. Like, eeks. Okay.
Yeah.
And then they waited all night long to call the cops. That's the first thing you find out. What are you thinking as an investigator, right?
Yeah.
Where do you go from there? What do you do with that? Do you take what they say and get tunnel vision immediately? Oh, these poor kids. Or do you like, I need to make sure. I need to make sure. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And I know
I mean, it
they
sounds
did.
like
They did. That's the thing. And I don't
Mhm.
mean to make it sound like that. I don't think they did. But social media sure tried to make it sound like they didn't, right?
Yeah.
And then you find this, it kind of fuels that fire a little bit. And it's like, oh God, you want to protect this kid in the same way you want to be like, you want to shake her and say, what the were you thinking?
But then you see her in court and you see she's still at that, like, she's still there
Well,
mentally.
she's going to be for a long time. And I'll be honest with you, I think a
Mhm.
lot of that's guilt. I think she
Mhm.
carries a lot of burden and a lot of heavy. I would if it was me. I would not. It's not. I wouldn't have the PTS because I was scared of really a murderer coming into the house. That's probably going to be a big part of it. I'm going to be questioning myself. My
Oh.
why did I react this way? What did I what that's going to weigh heavy. I survived. He looked right at me. They didn't. I saw her in the floor. Why didn't I? Why didn't I? Why
Yeah.
didn't I? Those where I see the things that girl would be asking herself for a long time and having to come to terms with that and then growing from that and learning, right? Geez,
Yeah.
let's hope that occurs. Growing and learning. So we should all strive for
Mhm.
at all times. But, you know, I don't know what else to say about her. If it was my kid, I would have hugged her and shook her. Right? She would have got both elements from me. That loving, caring, understanding mom would have absolutely been there, but so would that mom that would have been, "What the hell did I not teach you anything?"
Yeah.
Would have also come out of me. I wouldn't be able to help that. That's why I
And
had
she
the big
wasn't.
No, that's why I had the big conversation with my, at the time, almost 17-year-old about what not to do
Mhm.
because when I told him about this, first thing he said was when I said, what if I told you there was two surviving roommates in that house or a surviving roommate's the way I put it. He looked dead ass at me and said, well, did she do it? I was like, oh, wow. No, but let's talk about why, now let's talk about why you
Yeah.
don't do what she did, you know, if
Yeah.
this ever happens in in your little world when you're away at college. So we're going to look at one more before we go, maybe two, because it's going to wrap up the interviews from that morning. Hunter and Josie are coming up next, and we'll take a look at those two before we call it a morning. Because I don't want if people come on replay, it won't be too terribly long. It's long because we stop and we talk and we do the things. That's what we do. And like I said, I do have a playlist created for this series, and it's all part 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the ones we go over will be there. And if you missed any, you can go back. And like I said, we're skipping over like little repetitive ones or just standard search, wrote a search warrant thing.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm sorry, I was catching up on chat real quick, guys. Oh, Pammy. No. That's headache territory.
Yep.
Okay. So this is going to be Dustin Blaker again, incident number 10 or sequence number 107. And this is going to be the interview, I believe, with Hunter. Hunter Chapin, Ethan's brother. Remember, he arrived on scene shortly after because he was called. He and his sister were both called down there to the house. So on November 13th at around 1900 hours, I conducted an interview with Hunter Chapin at the Moscow Police Department. Hunter, one of the victims, so I'm assuming that's triplet brother to the victim. He is a student at the University of Idaho and is a member of the Sigma Chi fraternity. Hunter lives at the fraternity. As far as we knew, Ethan did technically as well, but he stayed at Xana's 90% of the time, I believe. Hunter told me he and Ethan went to a formal dinner with his sister Maisie. Maisie is a member of the redacted sorority. The formal was around 1800 hours at the Hunga Dunga. After the formal was over, they went back to redacted. Ethan and Xana and H were all hanging out in his apartment room at the fraternity. Hunter last saw Ethan and Xana at 2100 hours when he left his apartment to go up to the main lodge where the house party was at. Hunter returned at 21:15 and Ethan and Xana were gone. He said that he went to bed around 22. Hang on, I gotta write something down. Never heard Hunter talk about a time of anything to do with Ethan and Xana. And it still makes you wonder why Latah County continued to come out for days wanting to know if anybody had any information on Ethan and Xana's whereabouts after 9 p.m. to please reach out to the police and let them know. Tell me again how y'all didn't cause fuckery in your own case and rumors to explode. Tell me again. With your little gag order non-talking selves. I can't. It's like y'all didn't even come to a press conference for a couple of days and y'all get out there and don't know what to say to the public. But it was weird that they came out and said that, right? We had video footage of the girls that night from the corner club, down the sidewalk to the grub truck, leaving in their ride share, arriving home. We don't know what Dylan and what's her name were doing. They were doing the partying scene. But Ethan and Xana was different. They literally came out and held a press conference and asked anybody with information on Ethan and Xana's whereabouts that night to please contact authorities. It went on. It wasn't a one-off. So that's crazy to me.
Yeah.
If he's reporting the brother that early, right, is reporting certain things on this timeline, maybe after a certain time. And you also have to think, if they left Sigma Chi, if they walked, literally it's across the street to the King Road house, across the band field, across Taylor Ave, to that little sidewalk, concrete steps leading right to the front door, basically, of King Road. You come up the little stairs and you're looking dead ass at the King Road house. It takes 5 minutes to walk across the band field. If it's dark or anybody see them, did a camera capture Ethan and Xana? If they came up through that sidewalk and went up those stairs and come out at the top of King Road, right in front of the house, the camera's not going to see them. If they walked across the bandfield and entered, coming through King and Queen, 1112 would have seen them walking. And it never does. So I don't know how Ethan and Xana got home that night. A car dropped them off. Was that over one of the random cars that is on the footage somewhere? I don't know. But it's just weird that they did all that around this couple, considering, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which, okay. So I asked Hunter if Ethan had any issues with anyone, and he told me no. I asked Hunter if he knew if Xana had any issues with anyone, and he told me no. Hunter was not able to provide me with any further information at that time. I know he was interviewed. So that was like your... Huh?
Scroll up. Scroll back up.
To what?
Here it says number 4. It says 4, and then it says other. So I wonder what other is.
I don't know. Yeah, there's more interviews that will come up later that they did conducted further with them. So this is like right after. This is at 14:19, right? What is that? 14 is 2. Is that 2:19? Couple hours after the murders. So yeah. And remember, these are just reports from the Moscow Police Department we've been reviewing. We don't know what's coming from the sealed documents that are all in the court docket, right? That's a whole
Hmm.
different ball game there. Um, and when those start to be released, I think they had like they were going to start releasing like 45 days from the day the judge put the order in the docket. So we just have to be patient on those, I guess. Okay, so let's take a look at Josie's, and then we're going to call it a day for today. I don't know that I'll be live tomorrow yet. I have not decided. I'm not sure what I got going on. If I gotta, I may need to go take my kiddos shopping. I'm not quite sure yet what he's got planned for me. He, I'm not sure what his plans are for me. He may have to work, so it may have to be a different day. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, let me grab Josie's statement or report with her statements really quick.
Take your gummy before you go shopping.
Oh, girl, if I have to go people, I can't go out there empty-handed. I just can't. I like being nice to people that I don't get a vibe. If I get a good vibe, I'm nice. If
Yeah.
I get a vibe, I don't even gotta notice you.
Yeah.
Stay over there, energy vampire.
Leave me alone.
I got to go home and smudge now that I ran into one of you. Damn, taking your crap home with me. Mm-mm.
Right.
Nah, he may just get money and go shopping all on his own. I'm not down with all that. Ain't no 18-year-old boy need his mama to go shopping, nor does he want me there. Do you know what I'm saying? You're gonna be like, "Are you kidding me, mom?" He's like, "Still like dad. Send me money. Send me money."
Right.
On okay, that's better for me anyway. On November 11, 2022, at around 14:27, I conducted an interview on Josie at the Moscow Police Department. She told me she lives at Taylor Ave. These apartments are referenced to as the Whites. She stated she went to 1122 King Road in the afternoon of 11/12/22 and was hanging out with Xana. She stated they all went to the Whites at around 1 o'clock, and that's when they took the photos of the all the kids on the back porch there for different
Mhm.
parties in the apartment complex, like party hopping in the complex. Ethan left to go to his sister's formal, but Josie was not sure what time he left. We know it. He went to the formal with Maisie and Hunter. Josie felt she got to Xana's house around 12:30 on 11/12/22. She stated she saw Xana, Ethan, Dylan, Bethany, Kaylee, Maddie, C, L, another L, and E. Redacted told, or Josie told me she feels she last saw Xana and Ethan around 1500 hours, but was not sure. She said she got a text from Ethan asking for the Snapchat for CG, it looks like maybe, but
Mhm.
she never sent it to him. Josie did not know why Ethan wanted this information and stated, as far as she knew, they did not have issues with each other. She told me where she heard. She then told me where she had heard from others that Kaylee had seen some random guy behind the house when she took Murphy out to go pee. Josie also heard of an incident where some random guy followed Kaylee around Winco and followed her out of the store, and she thought he tried to get into her car.
Mm.
Boy, Dylan's over here with lucid dreams and active imaginations, but Kaylee thought everybody was after her. She little FBI agent in the making. She was suspicious of every fucking buddy. I don't blame old girl. Hey, look, we're both Geminis. We're not trusting you for a minute. We got to get to know you a minute. You might think we trust you, but do we really?
It would have been nice if she would have given them a description of the person that she or people that were following her.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was. the other guys weren't that serious. This though is like somebody hiding behind your house when you're taking your dog out. There's nothing
Mm-hmm.
back there but trees, so there shouldn't be a
Yeah.
reason for a guy to be hanging out in the trees, right?
Right.
To begin with, if I find a guy hanging out in the trees behind the house, I bet to really call my daddy to come double check my doors, make sure we're good, lock,
Mm-hmm.
lock, lock. What do I do here? Get me one of them badass bars to this stupid ass sliding door, scaring me. Big old open window to the world. I can't. I made my sister buy a big curtain for her. She was going to leave it open. I was like, oh, hell no, you're not.
Nope.
No, ma'am.
Close that shit up.
Mm, I'm not.
I
I'm not sitting in this big living room at night with that big old open window for some
nope.
weirdo to just appear out of nowhere.
Nope.
You behind these woods, and oh god, no! I could just imagine the guys, boogeymen that would have come running out of them woods up on that big.
Boogeyman.
Not happening.
I haven't heard that in forever. Boogeyman.
But yeah, gotcha. It would have been bad. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Ethan was asking for a Snapchat to somebody's account link, and she's like, "No, I didn't send it." So okay, Josie then told me where she had heard from others that Kaylee had seen some random guy behind the house when she took Murphy out to go pee, and then there was a guy following her around Winco that she suspected tried to get into the car. And Josie was not sure for sure who she heard this from, but it was either Bethany or Dylan, and either Bethany or Dylan could tell you more. So then Josie said she knows Xana and Ethan do like to use Adderall when they drink, but they did not know who they got it from or if they took any on 11/12/2022. Now, remember, we heard about the dollar bill in Xana's room and the
Mm-hmm.
crushed blue powder.
Yeah.
Um, Josie was not able to tell me anything else related to the case, and that was it. Now, there was another document I think I read as I was kind of skimming through them in the beginning or the other day, and there was, or we may have read it already, where it stated that apparently Ethan would take his as a pill and she would prefer to crush it. And I think that's where a lot of those drug rumors came from. It was always Xana tied to the drug rumor.
Mm.
And the major drug rumor was she was selling out of that house, possibly, and Maddie allegedly found a whole bag of pills. It was fentanyl, was the rumor, and flushed them all down the toilet. Thousands of dollars worth of pills. And
Wow.
Maddie, what did you tell Adam? I told him everything. Ooh, they're going to get you for that, Maddie. Was allegedly tied to all the drugs that Maddie flushed down the toilet.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
telling y'all, there was a lot with this case. So many random ass theories out there. So I think that once the cops are hearing stuff like this, they had to look at that angle, right? It had to be taken into account. Not throwing shade at them for doing what they were doing. I'm just saying you have to look at that angle. But it wasn't like Mexican drug cartel. Remember when we read that document?
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
cop, nobody in any investigative agency anywhere had even heard of this quote unquote redacted person gangster.
Mm-hmm.
So,
One
yeah.
thing I did notice is there were, well, was it the documents we went over yesterday when Murphy was out? Um, he got out through the door. We were thinking the back door, or why was he out? So I know it. This one it said Kaylee took him out to go pee.
Hmm.
So I don't let my.
No,
I'm
this
always
doc,
taking my dogs. Go
well,
ahead.
this one says that the one we just read was talking about a time that Kaylee took him out.
Right, right. What I'm
Right.
saying is like on a regular basis, like I never let my dogs out to go pee. I always take them out to go pee.
Oh, yeah.
So did they do it interchangeably, or was that the normal for her to always take him out? So he wouldn't have been. They would not have let him out to go pee. So why was
Well,
he out? You know what I
but
mean?
it says they used because there was no fence around that house, right? Murphy was not a full grown
Mm-hmm.
dog. He was still a puppy, basically in training. They said if he did get out, he would run around and they wouldn't know where he was for a few minutes. But
Mm-hmm.
they took him out on a leash. and
Right.
Maddie and Kaylee kind of shared the responsibility along with Jack. Um, hey, Tom, you Tommy Jude, come on. Yeah, you ain't lying. Let's just call it as it is. Big old misinformation spreader living large on the YouTubes. I'll say it. I ain't scared. Yeah, I know. I haven't ventured off into that realm in a long, long time. But as we're talking about spreading fuckery in the Idaho 4, that was one of the main ones. Still is, huh? I heard his buddy ran off again. Where you at, Mr. Actor, Rory? You off at acting school again, Rory? Rory found the DoorDash driver a long time ago, y'all. We were all going to be safe. Go refer to one of my old videos. You found the wrong person. Rory, you had the wrong DoorDash driver all along. We tried to tell you, you fool. Anyway, enough of that. I'll have some trolls coming at me in a minute. It's okay, mods. I can handle my own if they do. Okay,
We
guys,
got
I
you. We got
don't
you.
probably need to shut her down now before it gets sideways up here on these streets. I don't got my caution lights out. Where's my construction zone, safety kits, all that? Throw up the little vest I need to wear on the YouTube streets to be safe. All right. Um, right, Tom? Nothing yet about the fight at the frat house, right? Nothing. Nobody's mentioned a fight or a scuffle or a shuffle or a love triangle fight over Xana. Nothing that's come out yet, has it? Not one word. That was another big theory, right? Ethan got into it at the frat house, and yeah, retaliation happened, and that's who the real killers are. Let's not forget the crypto scam they all got running. Let's not forget the big crypto scam. That's where all the multiple bank accounts came from. They were all money laundering and using crypto to do so. Well, I checked into that angle because I came from the Web3 world and I know about some crypto and Web3 wallets and how to track them and how to look at what you got in your wallet. All that stuff about Steve Gonzalez and the hat he wore. Yeah, okay. Come again. I tried to talk about that at times. People didn't want to hear it. Nothing to see there. I looked. I looked at every
Mhm.
angle and gave it a legit place to be for a moment and looked at it, and then it was like, wow. So, yeah, it was a wild ride if you were in on Idaho 4 from day one and on the YouTube streets, I should say. If you know, you know. If you don't, be thankful you don't got to cleanse your soul. That'd be a good way to put that. Because when there's a case with legit issues, it takes away from those cases. This case really took away from Rick Allen's case. And I don't know if Rick Allen did it or not. I'm still trying to figure that out. But I know one thing, the man didn't get a fair trial. And he's been hidden out from the world since he was arrested and still is. And it's insane. So, I don't know. I don't make up the rules, right? All right, guys, I'm going to let you go. Because I don't know what tomorrow holds yet. I'm going to play it by ear for now. We'll see. If I don't come back tomorrow, I will be back on Thursday. Yeah, and we'll
Well,
dive.
thank you for having me
Oh,
again.
you're welcome. Thanks for coming up, and I know right where we left off. We're going to come up on. We got through the interviews with the survivors and the ones that were there that morning when 911 was called. Then when we go back in, we're going to start at 109, and one of the girls from the I think I don't was it Dateline or either Amazon? I don't know which one she was on. She's going to be interviewed next, coming up in the documents, and she lived right across the street from Kaylee and Maddie. Um, Ava is her name. That girl. Yeah, we're going to start back off with her interviews. And guys, if you want, I'll drop the link to the documents. And like I said, the website is up and running. Oh, you're welcome. Motion to
You're
screen.
welcome, Ocean.
But granted, I'll just thank you for listening while you work.
Yes.
Instead of whistling while she works, she listens to us while she
There
works, and
you
we
go.
appreciate it. We appreciate the listens. Guys, thanks for all coming in. We do appreciate it.
Yeah.
You
Thank you,
are
everybody.
Yeah, it's a great community here. We love y'all, and so I'll probably see y'all around. Y'all know how I be on the YouTube streets at night. Somebody's got an interview coming up. Hang on, was that tonight? I saw somebody had an interview coming up that I didn't want to, that I thought would be cool, or it may be tomorrow.
Alessi's tomorrow
Well,
at
is
6.
that tomorrow, Alessi's interview? No,
Mm-hmm.
it seems like. Hang on, let me look. Let me check something, because I feel like I saw something. Hmm. Maybe I don't remember what it was. If I think about it, I'll put it out there. But anyway, I'll be trolling the YouTube streets later on tonight. All that good stuff. I might see some of y'all. I usually see some of y'all around. So I'll give y'all a shout out. Hey, hey, Joe, thanks for being here with us. If you're checking out tomorrow and all that good stuff, safe travels over to
Yes, be
Texas.
safe.
Uh, I'll look forward to that. I'll give you a call later, get an update from you on what your plans are for the next couple days, see how things are going. We'll look forward to your update on what's happening there in Kerrville. So we appreciate all that. All right, guys. I'll let y'all go. And Butterfly, thanks again for joining me. And
Thank
then
you.
we will see you guys maybe tomorrow.
Have a
Bye.
good day, everyone. Take care.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to